Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So it seems like, just like I warned earlier this week, that we probably see the Venezuelan strike start on this weekend. Trump today warned that the airspace is closed around Venezuela, and he also said that land strikes were going to start soon. So it sounds like this weekend, probably tonight sometime, 0 dark 30, usually the way it works. But that's kind of like, now that I'm saying it, who knows? You reveal the stuff, and I don't think it's going to matter. Trump can go in there anytime and hit them. It doesn't matter at this point. They're pretty certain that he's coming. So high tensions, mystery as Venezuela's president's jet heads for Brazil border after Trump declared country's airspace completely closed. Now, of course, Brazil would give Maduro sanction, or let him come into their country, because Brazil is a cartel-run country as well. So we're probably going to see, like I've said, Venezuela, Brazil, Colombia, maybe Nicaragua, and maybe, who knows, Mexico are going to probably go down. Right? They're going to be the people who are running their cartels from those government positions or whatever, president positions, are going to go, and we're probably going to see that Sheinbaum, I think, is she's ready to bail, I believe. So I think we just saw Maduro bail. So will we see Lula bail from Brazil? I think that's going to take a little bit more time, but Colombia, we'll see the president of Colombia bail. It could happen, guys. So this comes after Donald Trump declared Venezuela's airspace is closed in its entirety, after he vowed U.S. land strikes will start very soon. So it looks like it's on. We've talked about this. Uh, we've been talking about Mexico going down for a long time, and it looks like we're going to get a lot of countries are going to go down, because it's they're bringing drugs into America now. That's probably one of the reasons why the liberals have gone full retard mode, because they know that this strike is coming, which is going to take away their source of income, which is the drug trafficking, human trafficking. So once both of those are taken away from the liberal community, they have no more income source. So they're gonna riot. They've tried to riot already; it didn't work out so good. People are just like, I don't want to do that. so, uh, so what we're going to do is look at some other things going on. Afghan national arrested days after DC terror attack for threatening to bomb Fort Worth. Also came in the country under Biden's refugee program following disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal. So this comes after the 29-year-old Afghan national that was trained by the CIA, and he came into America, wasn't vetted. This guy wasn't vetted. He went on to TikTok, and it says he was arrested Tuesday after posting a video of himself on TikTok indicating he was building a bomb with an intended target of the Fort Worth area. Mohammed Dawood is charged at the state level with making a terrorist threat, according to Department of Homeland Security. So like I said, we're just getting started with this. We have millions of people like this, thousands of terrorist level people that are here. It's going to get wacky. We said it for a while, and here it comes. Now let's look at this one video with Alex Jones. I think it's very insightful of the mentality of a lot of the liberals that are out there, and they're trying to push a civil war. Like I've said before, I don't see a civil war, but I do see some fighting in the big cities, and the big cities are going to be destroyed because of it. Right. So let's watch a little bit of this.
Again, throughout these clips. Go ahead and roll it.
Black people, brown people of all stripes, whether you're an Indian American or a Mexican American or whoever you are, go out in your place where you live and get a gun legally, get a license to carry legally. Because when you have people knocking on your door and taking you away without due process as a citizen, isn't that what the Second Amendment was written for?
News, National Guard member just got shot today, and that shit it's a good fucking wake up. So now, y'all know your job title is no longer oppressing people. You can get belt to your ass too. It could be you too. So I hope it's harder for you to sleep at night, and I hope you stand on your motherfucking swivel as you refuse to quit serving this motherfucking dictator whose illegal orders to keep you all in DC are unconstitutional anyway. Think about it.
Are you ready to see some just fucking disgusting shit?
Shout out to the patriot who kirked 2 federal agents near the White House. This is exactly how we need to be dealing with violent dictatorships.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to Dante, or not Dante.
All right. So what you're seeing here basically is the liberals are going, like I said, full retard. They're celebrating it. All right. And so these are just a few people that are celebrating it. You go on and you do a search, and it's like, well, the Democrats basically support the military. Bullshit. All right. I've never seen that in my entire career. All right. 35 years in the military and in the CIA. Anyone that was a Democrat did not like the military.
That's Dante Bastian, and I usually don't like calling people out by like their actual name, but fuck this guy. Dante is a station specialist at Hearst Media Production. So I actually have a question for Hearst. Is this really the people you have working for you? Do you understand how fucking bad that makes your company look? You have people working for you that advocate and celebrate the murder of military members. Fuck Dante Bastian, and fuck Hearst Media Production for letting that fucking idiot work there. And it's crazy too, because I never thought I would see people on the left actually celebrating the murder of military members. But you guys actually do. You do celebrate that shit. Now, I'm not going to say all Democrats are domestic terrorists, because they're not, but a lot of the people that support the Democrats, I feel like there's a very high probability that they are domestic terrorists.
Well, they should be held accountable under the law and under the Uniform Code of Military Justice for a seditious conspiracy against the United States of America. This is completely open and shut, straightforward. What is the motivation? Why would 6 members of Congress, selecting specifically for individuals with a CIA or military background, record a carefully written, carefully produced, slickly edited...
So this woman right here, CIA background, and she warned about the military. And what do we have? We have a CIA trained. Did she know something? And a CIA trained terrorist, basically. Now, this is dog whistling, guys. They're telling us what's coming.
Video messaging directly to members of our clandestine services and our armed forces, telling them to disobey orders from their superiors, telling them that they should individually determine whether an order is legal or illegal and defy it. Individuals who are exercising life and death power. The CIA engages in covert missions all over the world involving life and death decisions. The armed forces launches life-taking missions time and time again. They carry weapons. They control drones. They control missiles. They work on nuclear submarines. For what purpose would you ever deliver this message? As you said, it's to create a color revolution. It is the CIA playbook for trying to foment insurrection from within the military and within the CIA. Look,
All right, so this is what they did in Ukraine, guys. They did a color revolution in Ukraine, and they're trying to do the same playbook here in the United States. So we are about to go in and knock the hell out of Venezuela, and at the same time they're going to try this color revolution because they know this was coming. So they waited. White Hats waited back and forth, trying to like find that right time frame, and the time frame is now. Now, when these liberal clowns start their perceived civil war, there will be a huge blowback on that from the American people. Just like there was a huge blowback to them trying to attempt this new rioting over like National Guard troops in cities and so forth. It didn't play well, right? And once they go, full Monte and start to, which is coming, the blowback on the Democrat Party, like I've been saying for a long time, is going to be absolutely severe, and the Democrat Party will go away, right? And who knows, maybe the Republican Party too. So neither one of the parties, in my opinion, are working for the American people. Just let me give you something like it is simple as can be. And I've said this before, but I need to get down simple, right? So you can go, these clowns, none of them do anything for us. They're just there stealing money from us and getting insider trading info so they can enrich themselves. So how many people every year are sick and tired of the time changes? It's like 70 to 80% of Americans for decades have been calling for this to stop. There have been some states like Arizona, which basically stopped it. Probably that's what needs to happen. Every state just needs to do it. Pass legislation, stop changing the clocks. It screws up everybody's circadian cycles. I don't think if they really did an honest study, they would find from this stupid clock changing bullshit. That right there. So most Americans want that to stop, and they promise they're going to do it, and they never do. That's the most basic thing they can do, and they don't do it because they know it screws with us. That's all. That's what they're all about, you know. So when I say Democrat Party is going to go away, I don't like either party. I don't like either one of them. But the Democrat Party is full on retard mode, trying to destroy America, leftist, communist craziness. Right? It's got to be stopped. It's got to be stopped hard, and it needs to stop right now. So, very, very frustrating. I know for you and for me. President Trump halts immigration from all third world countries, demands green card audits. So 10 to 13 million people need to go away, need to be gotten the hell out of America. All right. They need to like have a whole airline or something just set up to like start getting them out every day. Should be like hundreds of thousands are out of here every day. Right. We're about ready to go into war, guys, because of all these illegal aliens that are here. Most of them, not all of them, of course. So it is a problem, and if we don't fix it, they're going to fix us, and that's something that me and other military experts are going to do a roundtable about the Muslim threat. All right, so the Muslim threat is obviously raising its head. Now, one thing I like to do is share with you the things that will keep you calm during times of stress. And so the Black Friday and the Cyber Monday, all the way to Cyber Monday sale on LifeWave's patches, right? So you got great deals here. Definitely want to get in there and take advantage of that. Now, if you're not a brand partner, as you're seeing in this special right here, you're going to pay a lot more. So there's a special, whether you're a retail customer or you're not a brand partner. How do you become a brand partner? Go to my site, $25 to line it up, or you can pay a little bit more and get patches, but just become a brand partner and then come over and get the discount, right? And then start. You can get up to 5 of these patches, these groups of patches, bundles. It's a great deal. Another patch bundle that's out there that you want to take advantage of is this one, right? So, no, not that one, this one. So, all right, so here it is. Again, You can share with if you're already a member. You can share and get a lot of points. But also with the X49 Ice Wave, which is good for pain, energy enhancer, and then also the Y-Age system. So as you guys can see, retail that's a huge savings right there, but an even greater savings as a subscriber or member. All right. So join LifeWave and be better. All right. So lots of ways to move forward. So drug overdose through the roof in America right now. I'm going to share the screen on this one. As you guys know, that my son overdosed, unfortunately. So I'm very passionate about this. It's out of control. So during the Biden administration, now they're starting to come down. Trump has shut the border, so we're having drug overdoses have decreased. But as you guys can see, it accelerated to an incredible level. The numbers of so if you look at let me share the screen. I'm gonna share it with this was 7,085. We have more. That's the entire time from October 2001 to February 2027, and that's over almost 25 years. So shutting down the border, going after the cartels. This is why we have to do it. It's just that the cartels are delivering to us and overtaking our communities than we do for military action over 25-year periods, guys, every year. So that's one of the reasons why we have to go after them. So President Trump is doing the hard thing. No one else has been able to do this or was willing to do this, or because their parties, Democrat and Republican, were making money off of it. So violent crime, 1,339 shootings, 5,267 robberies, and 16,408 felonies. Now, in Memphis, National Guard went into Memphis, and in 2 months, they almost cut the crime rate in half. Now, why don't they want it to happen in Chicago? Because they're blocking National Guard troops from coming into Chicago. Again, because they're cartel controlled and owned. Just like Mexico, Sheinbaum. She has to do what the cartels tell her. Same thing in Chicago, and the mayor and the governor. Same thing in California. Same thing in New York. They're all controlled by cartels, guys. So that's why they're fighting to keep their illegal aliens, because it gives protection for the cartel members that have come in illegally. Right. So that's the bigger picture on that, and that's why we really have to do these military strikes that are coming, very possibly this weekend. Right. So, so I told you the Iraq numbers were 7,000. That's way more die every year in drug overdoses, fentanyl. So my son died from fentanyl poisoning. He was a drug addict for over 10 years, and so he would have a little bit of fentanyl, and that's why a lot of the people that do drugs now, they use a little fentanyl. Now imagine if you're an alcoholic and fentanyl was slipped into your drink. They've been putting it in all drugs. So what addicts do is they make sure they get a little bit of fentanyl so they can build resistance to it. So my son was clean for a long time, for I think 8 months. So he had never been that clean that long, and then he slipped and went back, and I thought it was clean. I went and checked on him. Everything, he seemed good. The facade was good. And then I was going back to check on him again because something seemed a little bit off. And before I got there, I got the call as I was getting ready to leave to go visit him, and I heard that he had been found deceased. So because he hadn't been using it in a long time, just a little bit of fentanyl and the drugs, and boom, you're gone. So that's what's happening to a lot of Americans. The fentanyl death rate is over the top, right? I mean, Afghanistan is a lot less than Iraq, and it's like 2,456 service members were killed over the entire 20 years of the Afghan time frame. And now U.S. contractors. So I was a contractor, but I wasn't fighting. But there were U.S. contractors. Same thing in Iraq. A lot of they don't usually put the contractor numbers in there. But anyway, you could take all of those, and it's not the same amount. That's why we're going to kick some ass, guys. It's pretty pure and simple. So we have to go out and we have to on a massive level. They're controlling our governments. That's why we have crime, crazy crime, because they use that as a cover to do their illegal activities. Because everybody's so focused on the stupid idiots that are out there doing the crimes, and they're like, just let them go again. Everybody's looking at there, and while we're doing this over here. So you know how that works. Seen this all over the world. And very frustrating that's happening. Very tragic that it's happening here in America. Hits close to home for me, obviously, but also hits close to home for me because I lost a lot of friends in these conflicts over decades. So I don't know if anyone's explained it like this before, but this is why we're going to war. This is why we're going to kick the ass out of Venezuela, and you should be happy about that, and Brazil, but it's not just us. There's going to be other people get involved. You'll see. It's going to happen very quickly. There are forces that are ready to switch sides and clean house. And of course, the people of those countries are sick and tired of being run by cartels. We don't want to end up like those countries. But in some of our states, it's already like that. Illinois is already like that. New York's already like that. Oregon's already like that. Washington State's already like that. California's already like that. So, I mean, it could go on and on. We have lots of states here that are compromised. So, in some ways, I guess you could say there's going to be a civil war because there's going to be a civil war against those cartel members. And it's not against the citizens. The citizens are going to get the hell out of there. And they're probably going to fight those idiots that are, doing stupid. And they're going to get cleaned up. In the countryside, it's going to be a snap, right? They're going to come into the countryside. I know a lot of you guys talked, I'm out in my farm. You will be the first target because you'll be very easy and they'll come get a lot of food from you. And it's going to be very ugly for a lot of people in some of these farm communities, I believe. So you guys need to really have your pals and your bullets and have a plan that you work together in case these guys, same thing in the city. Right. So they'll come neighborhood to neighborhood, house to house, neighborhood to neighborhood. And the police force will be occupied in another event somewhere. They'll send 100 cars to one major event and everything else is wide open. And that's when they're going to hit. Right. Super stupid simple. I've seen it in the Middle East over and over and over again. It's does no one learn? Well, Americans are going to learn. They're going to learn the hard way, and they're going to learn. But Americans learn fast, and then it's going to be bad on the people that start this. All right, it's coming though, guys. It's coming. You got to be aware. You got to be ready. And when it hits, it's 444 right now where I'm at. So it's and I just whatever my phone just lit up, and it was 444. The angels are listen to Mike, right? Listen to Mike. All right, guys. It's game time. If it does kick off this weekend, we could see they'll pull the plug on the economy, stock market, banks, everything, and so that's the way it's going to end up. All right, I guess somebody doesn't want me to play anymore, so they're there we go. Hello, baddies out there. So it's definitely going to be big wake up calls for big cities, right? And I did a military roundtable just the other day. Joshua Reed and Alpha Warrior. And so all of us are from separate groups, and I've also done military roundtables with lots of other professionals all over the world, and high-ranking generals and so forth. Everybody, guys, is saying that's going to come for the big cities. All right. So I think Trump and his team have said that we're probably going to lose like so many cities, and that's because that's the way it works. The Muslim crazy cats are going to like take over these cities, guys. Now they already have some cities. Michigan, we got a lot of problems in Michigan and some other cities, right? So states, but we're gonna have to clean that up. We're gonna have to clean it up. If they're not loyal to the United States, they got to go, right? So we're gonna see a lot of that, and load them up and get them out. Load them up, get them out as fast as we can, because they're going to be a problem until we start doing it. So there's going to be a lot of stuff going on, military tribunals, and you're not going to worry. You're not going to care about. Well, some of you will still about Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. Barack Obama is running to UK, right? So I've said this for a long time. They can run, but they can't hide, and we'll find them. Okay, guys, lots of craziness to come. Let's hope it doesn't happen like this. I hope it doesn't happen like this. I hope it's like, beautiful harp music and everybody just gets along, right? And we just all have a drink together, and it's like, okay. And those that don't drink, we'll get some nice juice for them or whatever, right? So, all right. You know the deal. Stay in the love vibration. It opens up your field of consciousness to information that you wouldn't normally be aware of. Some of you are working in that that third, the second brain. So the gut feeling, you get a gut, you get that gut. Your gut doesn't feel right in my gut. Something's tightening up, and I know a lot of military veterans are like that. But the highest level of consciousness will be the brain and the heart coherence. All right. So the analytical, it's pretty much the masculine, feminine. All right. The feminine, the heart, and then the masculine, the analytical side of the brain. So this is going to be very interesting going forward. And on top of that, we got like earth changes coming in. I haven't talked about that in several days, and that's getting wacky and crazy. So hopefully next show I'll be able to focus on it. All right, guys, lots of love, stay in love vibration, and I'll see you guys next time.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on November 21st, 2025. By now, the vast majority of the people in the West and the world are very, very angry and sick and tired of the ruling class and their fake show pretending to be a government. And it really is time to do something about it, but we need to understand the scale of the problem. There are about 1 million members of this satanic cult that understand that they're a small minority concentrated in positions of power. Now here's one person we need to get rid of right away. Take a look at this video of Kash Patel lying under oath.
No credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files.
MBS is 6 feet tall. This guy is obviously shorter, so it's not Trump. Because remember, Trump is 6'3", the real one, who's been missing since June. So remember, if you're in the military and replaced by a fraud, and notice that in the video that he's been given a hacksaw by MBS. That's the sort of a hint. They remember they chopped up that Washington Post columnist, Khashoggi. Well, he's saying, yeah, and Democratic Party lawmakers who are all military veterans because they told the military not to commit war crimes, not to obey orders that are, criminal. And he says execute them. All right? They're desperate, they're dangerous, and they're fake. And this is a process that's been going on for a very long time. And Canada's just as bad. Here's another clip I want you to see. This is the Canadian anthem being turned off by the police. Gained all this power because they create money out of nothing and put us into debt. The result is people, can no longer afford to buy houses. Their living standards are collapsing. And in the United States now, there's 1 million job shortages for people like mechanics, engineers, people who work in the real world are not available. Everyone's just being a YouTuber, and that's not the way to run an economy. Right now, the West is bankrupt, and it's going to keep getting bankrupt, and they're going to keep trying to beg China for money. And I'm asking the Chinese, do not lend money to these people. Let them go bankrupt. This needs to be done. We need to shut down their control of the financial system and this stock market, hallucination. And now, here's another clip I want you to watch. This is a young Canadian explaining how he can't possibly afford to buy a house. Just listen.
Our generation is cooked. We're going to be living in our parents' basements until we're 35 because I just spent $30 on 2 boxes of cereal and milk. Like, how do you expect me to move out of my house when that is 2 hours of work right there? That's equivalent to 2 hours of my life is 2 boxes of cereal and some milk. Absolutely ridiculous. Welcome to the Liberal government of Canada.
So this is what our leadership has done. They've destroyed the West, and it's going to get worse. It's not going to get better. I was very disappointed that they managed to get money to keep their whole show going on until January. But we need the military to act, and they need to act as soon as possible. Now, the other thing was told by military intelligence that the reason why they flip-flopped on the Epstein file release is that suddenly, first they say, oh yeah, it's horrible, it's on my desk, we're going to release all the videos. Then they say, oh no, it's a fake, it doesn't exist. Now they say, yes, we're going to release them, but I've been told by military intelligence, people who have access to the files, that they're making sure that no powerful people will appear in the files that are going to be released. So you will not see a video of Bernie Sanders raping a 4-year-old child, which we have eyewitness testimony to. All that is going to be deleted. So no, this is not going to work. And the other thing is we need to call out the fact that, these are actors, okay? We have several actors playing Trump, and we need to go after the people who are giving them their scripts. And these are people who try to hide in the background, like the Agnelli family, or Victor Emmanuel, the would-be emperor of Rome, or the, Jean-Michel de Rothschild pretending to be Brigitte Macron. These are the kind of people we need to drag out in chains and put in jail. And of course, Benjamin Netanyahu. He is a war criminal, mass murderer. He needs to go. It's time to take action. I call upon the military and the police to immediately demand action, and any superior who's blocking them is compromised, because no sane military man unless they were compromised. So if you find someone in your chain of command who refuses to take action, arrest them. You're legally allowed to do that because they're breaking the law. Okay, it's time to end this. We're all very, very angry, and this cannot go much longer. If it does, we're all going to be working for the Chinese. That's what's going to happen. We have the potential to, put China, have China eat our dust, because if the West reverts to, seeking the truth, using the scientific method, meritocracy, we would way outperform the Chinese. But as things stand now, it's the opposite. Most U.S. corporations now depend on Chinese money. That's what it's come to. So please, take action. And I ask, in particular, Colonel Douglas McGregor to call his military contacts and just march into Mar-a-Lago and all those other places and just round these people up. Enough is enough. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. What do you think is up with Kash Patel? I don't think I've ever seen a politician where the guilt is so visibly on his face. Do you think he's on the Epstein list, or do you think he's being blackmailed? What's Kash's deal?
Well, I don't know exactly what they have on him, but his behavior is obviously not the behavior of someone who should be in charge of the FBI. He is protecting criminals, so he has to go, and we will find out what exactly they've got on him. But his actions are criminal, and this has been publicly proven, and he needs to go. If you're in the FBI, march into his office and handcuff him. We'll back you up. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Can you update us on what's going on in Mexico in last week's Monday, or in Monday's report?
Well, I contacted some Mexican sources about this, and they told me that about 100 guardsmen were injured trying to protect the palace. They were overrun, and now they're staging nationwide strikes. It's an ongoing situation, but there's a media blackout. I mean, they're still putting this shine bomb on the TV screens, making it look like everything's normal. But I understand that Mexico is in a state of full revolt. And yo quiero decir Viva Mexico to the Mexicans. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Do you have any information as to what's going on with the civil war in Sudan? Also, do you think there will be military
I'm going to have to look into that more, but my understanding of what's happening in Sudan is that there is one group that's trying to, get the resources for the Khazarian mafia, but I need to do more research. I'll try to put that in my report next week. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Another year coming to a close now, 2025, and still no end of the war in sight. Just another familiar story about how they found a way to fund themselves and kick the can down the road until January 31st. I'm very sick of hearing the terms kick the can and move to the goalposts. It really is getting old. It's also very concerning that you have to repeatedly say on these videos the military needs to get off their butts and arrest these people. Exactly who in the military are you directing these instructions to?
I have, contacts with military intelligence, and they have, it's a large faction that provides, intelligence and many of the videos that we post exposing the cabal. But I've specifically asked the head of MI6 to take action, and also I've reached out to Colonel Douglas McGregor, and he needs to, get off his butt and get the military to move. Also, Archbishop Carlo Vigano needs to contact his people to get the Italian black nobility off the backs of the military, because that's where the problem seems to lead to. It goes to Italy and the black nobility. So maybe Archbishop Vigano can help. But everybody who knows someone in the military needs to take personal action and ask them that they do something. Enough is enough. But yeah, I do constantly say, why don't you do stuff? And then it's always about money. So we somehow have to get the fountain of money away from these people so that the military can get their paychecks without having to obey Satanists. And that means sending troops into the headquarters of BlackRock, into the Federal Reserve Board, and into the BIS to take away their magic money machine. And that will end this show. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. Per Bobby Kennedy's comments in your weekly report about the chemtrails, he acknowledges that they exist, but tried to act as if he has no idea where these flights originate. I have seen a video of a woman who has found the pilots and the company being paid to perform these flights. At what point is it within legal limits for us citizens to perform arrests on these people?
Well, I think that if we all start arresting them, and you have a right to make a citizen's arrest if you find someone, catch them in the act of committing a crime. That's what we all need to do. We all need to take action. There's so many of these people that unless we all personally take action when we see something that we can make citizens arrest. You have that right. Let's get these people out of power. We're all sick and tired and angry, and it's enough. I want to see them all, on the docket, war crimes tribunals, and we need to make sure never, ever again does such a thing happen. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next week.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. I have Joshua Reed and Alpha Warrior. Oh, my God. These guys are blowing up the internet. Oh, my God. Their shows are like get hundreds of thousands of views now. I'm so proud of you guys. You guys are like revealing so much great info and intel and truth. Wow. You guys are amazing. So this should be an amazing show. We have already, like we just discussed just before the show, what all three of us have been talking about, and other like Rodriguez and Scott McKay, we said it's coming. And it came today, guys, in DC. Thanks for joining us, guys.
Happy to be here.
Happy to be here, brother. Appreciate it.
All right. Josh, I know you're the man with on a mission with this already. You want to talk about the two, unfortunately, National Guard troops that were shot in DC in critical.
So we were having a conversation earlier about the seditious six. And this is the senators and congressmen who were former military and intelligence that came out and said, don't obey unlawful orders. And everybody's thinking that, they're telling the military to subvert orders of their commanders. And I said, no. This is a scapegoat narrative. This is psychological warfare. They are setting up the narrative for something that's about to happen. What they're doing right now, and if we have to look at it like this, is what immediately happened after the seditious six. The White House, Trump administration, they immediately doubled down and said, no, you will obey direct orders from the commander-in-chief. Well, this set the precedent. What happens today? You get two National Guard soldiers shot in D.C. The guy looks like a terrorist. That's just my thought. This is probably going to be treated as a terrorist. If we went from ThreatCon Bravo to ThreatCon Charlie with the military, that means that an event happened, a terrorist event happened.
Well, on that too, Josh, you had less than a half an hour ago, Mayor DC Browser, however you say your name, she come out and confirmed this was a targeted National Guard attack.
Yep. So on the hits of that, the few things that we have to look at is, I was talking to Alpha. I said, we're going to have a false flag operation here. And what it's going to do is it's going to prompt and initiate the Insurrection Act. So they are trying to push Donald Trump into the Insurrection Act. And then this is what you will most likely see happen. You'll see an order come down from a battalion commander or somebody in a command control position. And it's going to be, shoot all protesters in Chicago. I'm obviously making this up, but I'm saying this is what potentially could happen. And they could give National Guard troops the order to shoot. And then what happens is they start shooting civilians, Americans. This sparks national outrage. They say the orders came down from President Trump. And then the Democrats come out there and say, I told you, you should have disobeyed those unlawful orders. And now they have everything to hang Donald Trump with, to impeach him, prosecute him, and remove him from office. This is the beginning of a color revolution. And what they're trying to do is spark a civil war, but in the same instance, remove Donald Trump. This is exactly, if we remember this, Brennan, 2014, went in. His financier for the CIA was Eric Ciccamorella. If people remember Eric Ciccamorella, he was the national security asset on the Ukraine phone call, the perfect phone call with Donald Trump and Zelensky that filed the whistleblower complaint with Vindman. Okay, so Eric Ciccamorella, he funded the Maidan massacre in Ukraine that Brennan operated under the guise of the CIA, because they knew that this would spark a color revolution and the people to rise up reverse Yanovich and bring in Poroshenko, which is exactly who they wanted installed. That's exactly what happened. And we are seeing the same inklings happening right now. And in the left, the radical left, they are playing their playbook to a T. They are just checking off the boxes. And what we have is, I think we got some good people in place. I do. But then we also have some, I believe, infiltration and bad actors in place. We have Susie Wiles, we know, the chief of staff, who is out there putting, withholding information and intelligence from Donald Trump. We know we have John Ratcliffe over the CIA, who's an incompetent fool, who's taking orders from what I hear from the Mossad and just feeding Donald Trump bullcrap information. You got Pam Bondi, who's dragging her feet because she doesn't want the establishment to be taken down and their processes and methods of infiltrating organizations and financiers to be known. So she's going to just step on prosecuting these people. So we're in a very critical position here. And I want people to know that Alpha, myself, you, we've all been talking about some type of false flag operation. I've been talking about this for 5 years. I call it the firestorm. And this is what we are seeing right now rising up. We are right at the foot of this. And so this is the warning that everybody out there is that we have to act now.
I have a slight deviation from the theory that Josh has, but they end up in the same end result. And the way I see it as a potential, and actually these either work can be a contingency for these deep state actors. And I kind of see it as in when the Seditious Six went out and did this, they kind of cornered Trump that no matter what moves he makes, it's going to backfire on him. You have the one that Josh this laid out. The other one is we know that they have infiltration. And we got solid information today that we're not talking thousands, but we're talking tens of thousands that have infiltrated. And that number shocked me. I knew it was high. I didn't realize it was going to be that high. So that, that's kind of adjusted my game theory on some of these things too. But if you have these players that are on, whether it be Antifa or whatever, riot side, and we know that you have some of this infiltration into our military, and you put them in a situation of DC, they can control and create the scenario where you have an American, at least optically, an American civilian that's shot at by a military member. And then that brings us right into the conversation that Josh outlined, where now you're gonna have the Seditious Six say, see, this is what we said would happen. This is what we told you was going to happen. And then again, this leads to the end result, the 25th, an impeachment, something to turn against President Trump on this. At the same time, you have multiple members that are names of notoriety in the Republican Party, whether it's MTG, whether it's Massey, people that have pulled a lot of support, at least optically. A lot would argue that, what it's showing isn't really reflecting what's organic, but nonetheless, because we know mainstream media, the Mockingbird media, that's what they're doing. This is the PSYOP for the PSYOPs. And so I would just tell people is you have to use your judgment and discernment on what you're going to see unfold. And I'll give it back to you, Josh or Mike on this. Me and Josh were in Florida about 2 weeks ago now, almost 2 weeks ago. And we had the opportunity to speak with some very important people while we were there. And one of the sets of information that we got prior to us leaving was that the next 6 to 7 weeks were going to be wild. And 2 days after that conference concluded, we got the Clinton Foundation bring up to the surface, which was tied into the Haiti. And we're like, dang, okay, here we go. This is going to be fast. Then we have the Seditious Six. We have the case against Comey being dropped. We have the case against Letitia James being dropped. Letitia should be able to stand on its own merits when it comes back. There's questions surrounding Comey. There's a lot going on right now. And what my concern is, and I think me and Josh kind of talked about this, and this is why we're so shocked when the National Guard incident happened, is we said they are setting up a false flag event right now. That they're going to do something. And literally, what was it, 2 hours later, Josh? We see the National Guard story, and we're like, okay, they're when you do it on the small scale, why do they do that? Because they're checking the temperature of the court of public opinion. How are people going to respond to this incident? Do we got to push more propaganda, or do we already have people on the edge of outrage? And if we have people already on the edge of outrage, then we can deploy the massive false flag that we have planned.
So we also have Eric Swalwell, I think less than 2 hours ago. He said that he claims U.S. military members have privately told him they are prepared to save us from President Trump. So they're all in. They're coming from every single angle on this.
That's dangerous, Mike.
Well, the FBI should be calling him up and saying, "You need to come talk to us and tell us who told you that."
Yeah.
So it's getting pretty crazy.
Well, then you have the billboards. Did you see these billboards that are going out there?
Oh my God. Who paid for that? I want to know that too.
Right. And the billboards are pointing to a website. When you
Soros
go to the website, they're telling you to download the Signal app. They're telling you to remain anonymous, use Proton Mail to contact them, and they're looking for military members. They're recruiting directly in the military.
Yeah, it's really getting out of control, and I think it's going to false flag. This is the beginning.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a trying time right now. We knew that at some point in Donald Trump's presidency this year that they were going to wage some type of warfare. We knew that they were going to come out. We knew that they were going to start setting the narrative. And we've been watching this very, very closely. That's one of the reasons why we got this show and it's hot all over the place. We're watching the narrative. We're calling it out. And literally after our show, a day after our show, all of this stuff is happening. And we're like, here it is. It's coming. And, I want to let people know that there's moves and counter moves. This is game theory at its finest. And I know that some people would argue, well, this isn't 4D or 5T chess. And, I get that. But when you start to look at what is actually being done, it quite literally is. This is unrestricted warfare at its finest. And this is moves and counter moves, whether it's by Trump, the DOD headset and Dan Kane, General Dan Kane, or whether it's by our enemies, Venezuela, Cuba, you have China, you have the UK, you have MI6, which is the big part of this. I mean, I don't think many people see the shadow hand that is moving around the world. We just had Lara Logan come out with this groundbreaking interview with Ralph and Gary talking about the 2020 election and how this was taken. And they tie in Cuban foreign intelligence services controlling Venezuela and the Cartel de Sols, and how the Cartel de Sols own Smartmatic and how Smartmatic is based in London. And then we find the connection there to Lord Mark Malloch Brown, which was CEO of Smartmatic from 2014 to 2020, but he was also a senior executive at the Open Society Foundations owned by George Soros. Then you go to DNI Tulsi Gabbard's evidence. June 26, 2016, you had this email from Lenny Bernardo of the Open Society Foundations mentioning HRC and Julianne Smith, the foreign policy advisor for the Clinton campaign, talking about how Hillary has gotten on board with producing Russian collusion narrative against Donald Trump. They just don't have any evidence, but they're going to get CrowdStrike and Threat Connect, two cybersecurity companies, to produce it. This is a month later. You have the Alpha Bank modified documents against Donald Trump, connecting him to Russian bank accounts. And where did that come from? Well, directly from that email. I mean, this is direct collusion. And so when we start to look at this, is you see George Soros in the midst of all of this. George Soros NGOs. We have the connection back to George Soros in the UK. We have Lord Mark Malloch Brown, who helped China with the Belt and Roads Initiative all throughout Africa, all throughout Latin America, directing funding to Venezuela from China. You have MI6 directly incorporated into all of this. This is about the old guard trying to stay relevant, trying to stay in control in our constitutional republic, and they have immense amounts of resources.
And they're pressed for time because everything that Josh outlined, Trump has strategically been attacking it. He got China to capitulate to the precursors of fentanyl. He's attacked that. He's completely shut down the southern border, so they're not getting human trafficking and narcotics across that way, which allows us to put our eyes on the ports. So the level of confiscations and arrests at the ports has exponentially gone up. So he's attacking all the resources that they need for the funding of all this. And now you get into a point where you're seeing, Ukraine, you have Zelensky and Putin saying, hey, it looks like we got something here that we're willing to sign. Trump saying, hey, I'm going to go out there if it looks like this is the final one. All this puts pressure on the deep state to say they got to move now. And then on top of that, Trump also, he recognizes midterms are only a hop and a skip away with as far as who's going to announce that running, who's not going to run, where the campaign fund's going to go. He's already started doing his endorsements. So all this puts that window of opportunity for either side, how they're going to react, to be somewhere between December and January. I mean, that's the 60-day window that you have right there.
Wow. Now you guys have this new program on Rumble, DEFCON 0, and it's like I said, it's crushing it. You guys are really Badlands Media. You guys are like really crushing it over there. Hundreds of thousands of views. Amazing information. I got wind of it. I've been following you guys on and off wherever you're at, but that really has sparked a lot of interest in people. Where are you guys getting your intel? I know, Josh, you're like an intel and unbelievable guy, and Alpha, your intel ability. I mean, I've done shows with you, and you're like, yeah, this just came out, and this is what this is. I mean, we've done shows where we're like, yeah, this is bullshit, bullshit. But you guys are like just so ahead of a lot of the stuff. So tell us, what you're seeing. How are you getting this intel, and how's it working for you?
I'll start off and navigate this carefully. One of the funny things is me and Josh, every now and then we'll come across something and we'll make a phone call to each other. And we're like, are we talking to the same person? So we'll kind of laugh. And a lot of times it's, there's, no one's giving us classified information. Just want to be, very, very clear about that. But people are seeing, you have very smart people that can go to any of the channels or social media where me and Josh operate, and they can look at, the past, 7 days, 21 days, 90 days, 6 months, and they can kind of derive from that and granted, I'm sure, AI analytics and assessments are in play here. They can kind of see, okay, where's Alpha going? Where's Josh going? And when they're together, their collaboration of thought, where's that take them? And I think what that does is they say, okay, these guys are on the right path. Let's give them some more information on what they're doing here. And what we've noticed is when they provide us some information, they don't tell us, hey, well, sometimes they say, hey, this is, like we were given a specific timeline, the next 6 to 7 weeks, but it's not always like that. Sometimes it's, hey, check this out, or hey, reevaluate your thought here, which then makes us start to do a little bit more research.
Or retract your statement.
Or you were a little off right here on this one, and you might want to go study this manual here. And then we'll go look and we'll be like, that's what we miss.
So Michael, I'll tell you a little story. This is kind of funny, and I'm not going to mention any names, but I was telling this. Sometimes I get dates mixed up and I get little details just mixed up. And I was talking about this nuclear incident that happened in Minot, North Dakota, but a AGM nuclear warhead was on a B-2 bomber and went across the country and nobody noticed. And I said the details wrong. I said it was in 2008. It was really in 2007. I said it was a B-52 bomber. It was a B-2 bomber. And one of the people watching the show, they text a few people, and sure enough, the pilot of the plane saw the video.
Wow.
Came back and corrected the record.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So I mean, we got some good contacts. And what I'm saying is there's no classified information. We just have people who are understanding what's happening at a higher level than us, guiding us in the right direction.
And I think one thing Joshua agree with me on, and we actually talked about this last night. It's I think it was last night, the day's blend, but we said what people say is important, but what people don't say is also very important. Yes. And what we've noticed is when me and Josh are off on our information, we'll get corrected, and that correction will come pretty fast. So when we do have a theory or we recognize a pattern and we play out that scenario and we're waiting and the correction doesn't come, we're like, okay, so we must be on the right track here.
Yeah. Give you an example of this is the other day on Sunday night, we had a show and we were discussing Susie Wiles' exit, why Susie Wiles needs to go. Alpha brought up an interview he did with Defender of the Republic on X, where she's talking about the story during the big, beautiful bill that Donald Trump was adamant this bill gets passed, but there's 13 Republican holdouts. And he calls them up individually. And he's like, why are you not voting on this bill? And they said, they changed the bill, sir. You didn't get our memo? We sent it over. And apparently they sent the memo over and it went to Susie Wiles, chief of staff, and Susie Wiles never gave it to Trump. And I guess he was infuriated by this. And so we came up and we said, Susie Wiles is out the door. The next day, Paul Sperry on X goes out there and says that insiders inside the White House are saying that Susie Wiles is going to be making an exit, that Trump's going to fire her. And I said, well, this means that Dan Scavino is most likely going to be coming in. This is why they put him in charge of all the hiring and firing inside the executive branch. That's the perfect position prior to being chief of staff. And then the next day, the rumor starts circulating that Kash Patel is going to get fired. Well, this is where it got really interesting because Caroline Leavitt comes out there immediately, the press secretary, and says, Kash Patel's not going to get fired. This is fake news. That's not true. Donald Trump doubles down, takes a picture with Kash. He goes out there, gives an interview, says Kash is great. He's doing a great job. This is what they said. They said Kash isn't going to get fired, but they never said anything about Susie Wiles.
Wow.
They just let it
That's
marinate.
always good when you get like the next day someone repeats what you talk about, because we all do this research and we're all doing a great job. I love it when they come out the next day. Oh yeah, they've confirmed that. But when they don't, like you said, that's a very, very good point. When they don't, when you say something about somebody or something happening and they don't come and dismiss it, ooh, yeah, that's good too. Very nice, guys.
It has been wild, Mike. That's for sure. One of the things that we've been trying to do is, especially when it comes to the Q posts, DEFCON 0 is oriented around Q. And we know that there has been a lot of people that have abused it and used it for personal gain. And we know that that's actually the least concern, the people that are grifting off of it. The biggest concern is the formal infiltration into that movement to either, what is the one thing that people use to handicap the Q boards? Oh, you're just sitting around waiting for something to happen, when that has never been the mission of the boards or its intent. But you have people that have infiltrated into that movement to create that, and that's something that's been weaponized to pull people away from it or to doubt it. And so one of the things that me and Josh started to recognize was there's a lot of comms happening on X. And so we started having this conversation, privately. We won't go public with something until we're fairly confident in it, or we get it from a really good, credible source. And then we started to recognize, okay, let's watch for this and watch for this. And when the things started checking the boxes, we're like, they're communicating on X.
Yeah,
this is where it's happening. So then we said, well, let's test this and let's start putting some stuff out there and see what kind of response we get from, certain officials or certain profiles. And then we started to get those confirmations. And then that's when we were confident. We're like, okay, this is the new place of how communications are going to take place. And then Josh found a very interesting post on the boards of why the communications wouldn't go back there, at least not go back there until it's secured. You want to share that part, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, well, so there's a few major players in kind of how this, and I think a little background on kind of what Q was, or at least from my perspective. So I was researching what Q was before Q ever was, if that makes sense. We were understanding conspiracies back in 2008, 2009, why Ron Paul lost the primaries, how they stole it from him, and why Barack Obama came out of nowhere and all of a sudden got elected. I was active duty during that time. I was stationed at the Washington Navy Yard, right? I was a member of the Oath Keepers. I was running events in organizations down in Washington, D.C. for conservatives and for libertarian groups and patriot groups, and we were meeting with congressmen and senators. We were doing 9/11 Truth mock congresses, right? And so I understood it during this time that there was things happening in the military, things happening in DC, and there was a political uprising, that there was a coup happening against the neocons that we had at that point in time. And one of the things that I learned during this time frame is that military secrets, special access programs, USAPs, unacknowledged special access programs, were being stolen. This is why actually I talk about that Ben Spear incident with Minot, North Dakota, with the AGM nuclear warhead, because I was told by a four-star admiral back in the day in 2009 timeframe. He said, go look at various military incidences and ask yourself, does that seem logical, or is this just what they're reporting to cover up something much bigger? And so that's what I started to do. And I started to see all this alignment that, hey, it appears as if military technology is being stolen. And here's a prime example, and then a connection that is mind-blowing, right? It is that you have Minot, North Dakota. They in August of 2008, they send nuclear triggers. So ICBM nuclear triggers from Minot to the Defense Logistics Agency in Utah. 4 boxes. The 4 boxes arrive at the Defense Logistics Agency, classified technology. They take them in. They mislabeled them helicopter batteries, and they put them on a shelf with hundreds of other boxes of helicopter batteries. A few months later, those 4 boxes and only those 4 boxes of helicopter batteries were shipped off to Taiwan. From what we got from it, from what we gathered, and this isn't in the public discourse, is that those 4 boxes were then interdicted by Taiwanese intelligence on their way over to China. And this opened up an investigation in the military, and they started looking in who allowed this to happen. Well, number one, there's a chain of custody when it leaves Minot. Number two, there's a chain of custody when it comes in to the Defense Logistics Agency. The company that was running the Defense Logistics Agency is a company known as EG&G. People will remember that company's name because that is the same company that Bob Lazar worked for in Area 51. They are the ones that ran the Manhattan Project. They're the ones that built Area 51. They're the ones that ran the Janet flights. So I immediately recognized who this company was, and I'm like, they're not going to be handling, nuclear triggers. They're handling other types of technology. So whatever this was something much bigger. And 10 generals got reprimanded and forced into retirement. One of them was Lieutenant General Kevin Sullivan. Now, what's interesting about that is we always talk about intelligence and legacy families within secret programs. Well, the deep state likes legacy families. They like keeping things in the family. And so Kevin Sullivan adopted a son by the name of Jonathan Sullivan, who just happened to be Jaden X, the filmographer, on January 6th in Washington, D.C. in 2021. Now, that's not a coincidence. It's because they keep things in the family. But what I began to see is this operation that was underway. And I kind of mapped it out over the years. But when you get to the Q part, 2017, what you have is a psychological warfare operation designed to wake up America, focused on Christians, on patriots, focused on conspiracy theorists, focused on veterans, to get them to begin to follow breadcrumbs, to research and to investigate, to get out there and speak out about what they are discovering. It came off the hinges of Pizzagate. And it goes back to one of the things General Flynn said in 2016 is that this was an insurgency, folks. This was irregular warfare at its finest. We have an army of digital soldiers. We have to take back the idea of information. And during that point in time, we had a place when digital technology was starting to expand beyond anything we could ever imagine, where we're able to upload 3-minute videos and people consume memes and 124-character tweets or videos. People are moving away from 60-minute news broadcasts and 30-minute news broadcasts. So we had a different way of consuming information, and we all rose up in this time frame. And what Q did is it unlocked the door to investigative research. It opened up the door for us to follow those breadcrumbs and start getting that public information that was buried, that the news media, the mainstream media, would never touch, and begin putting together this puzzle. And it all culminated till after 2020 when the election was stolen, to where we became the media. We are the media now. We are the face figures that people go to for their news. And what are we doing? We are putting it all together. And we got Q to thank for that, because that was the purpose of it. And so when I start to look at other aspects of it, it's a proxy board of communication. It's over 4,000, almost 5,000 posts where you can go in there and you can utilize timestamps, you can use time notes, you can use various different words, anything that has a contextual reference frame for a tweet, and you can send that out on your X profile, and now you can communicate with another person just the way that spies did in Germany, U.S. spies did in Germany, with going out there and throwing communication within a book on a certain page in the library, but giving the signal that the note is in the book in the library by the coffee shop sign being just a little crooked, and only these people know those signals and the signs, and they go in there and they can find the communication, and then they can go decode it, and now they got the information, and it doesn't have to transfer over these types of airwaves. And this is what we're seeing with what Q is and was it was a psyop to wake us up, to get us motivated to become the voice of America, to rise up, because there's an aspect of Q called the Keystone, and everybody's like, what is the Keystone? Is it Ukraine, or is it, what is it?
Hold that thought, Josh, because I want to talk about the other part. And Mike, you understand this too, from when you think about battlefield planning. You have this great apparatus that was just designed that Josh outlined. But how do you get normal everyday Americans there, not just the people that are operating the dark web, but how do you get your teachers, your doctors, your cops, your lawyer, how do you get them there? And this is where you think ambush. And I think this is what's going to come to shock people if we ever get the full complete picture in the end. Not all censorship came from the bad guys.
Nope.
What you saw was all of a sudden our voices were getting deplatformed off of these spaces there, whether it was X or YouTube. So what was the external Q component doing? It was forcing decentralize. So you had, at the time, Twitter and YouTube. Who were they going after? The main voices, the big voices. But all of a sudden you saw other voices that were like, well, they don't have a big audience. And so you're forcing people to decentralize where they're going for this information into places like whether it was Gab or Getter or Twitch or wherever it was. And then what did you have there? People that could all of a sudden start having these conversations and look into this information that Josh has talked about. So you had these two things that were running parallel that complemented each other to get us to where we're at now. And the game changer for this is, so the deep state, they rolled with that. They were going with censorship. But then all of a sudden something happened that made them panic. And this is where they made a very big mistake. We got news that this man, this big tech guy, said, I'm going to buy Twitter. And we all know him as Elon. And what the deep state knew at that second was, hold up. Our method of censorship right now has been deplatforming. And so if he takes over Twitter, we're going to lose the ability to deplatform. So now what do? Well, we got to flood the information highways with just overabundance of information. So what this did is it forced them into recruiting people, whether it was Clubhouse or these other apps that weren't necessarily part of like their formal recruitments. These were just people, well, they got a big voice, let's see if we can get them. And it started off with, in those conversations. And I've had people that have come forward and say, hey, this is how much money I was offered. This was the narrative that I was told to push. So we know that this is something that legitimately was happening. But what happened was that, well, now it forced the counterweight came. And that's where you saw this massive amount of people that weren't big voices, but had the information because of these boards. And with that, I'll give back to you, Josh.
Yeah. And so when you go into the idea of Keystone, it says it right there in the key post that the key is POTUS and military intelligence, and the stone is the people. And that those three combined equal the keystone, the one that unlocks what America truly is. And what he's trying to tell us is that to take back America, POTUS and the military can't do this on their own. They need the people. And it's not just the support of the people, because our republic was never meant for just us to vote once every 4 years or vote every 2 years and, sit back and go live our lives. Is that we have to be active participants. This is the point of a republic. That, and I said this today in an earlier interview. I said, it's very funny how when Budweiser pisses us off or Dick's Sporting Good pisses us off, we can go out there and we can raise our voices in a unified accord and cancel the shit out of them. But the same people cannot get together and say, Trump, it's time to fire Pam Bondi. Trump, you need to get rid of Susie Wiles. Because here's the thing. If we did in that same type of campaign, it would happen instantaneously. Because that's how this government operates. So if we remember, Trump said, I'm returning the power back to the people. But the question is are the people ready? Because the power comes with great responsibility. And that responsibility is that we have to come in and come together through our commonalities. And we have to lead this government. We have to tell our representatives, our Congress, our Senate, our president, that hell no, this is what we want. Hey, look, I don't care if you think that the Epstein files are a Democrat hoax. I don't think if you believe that there's a nothing burger. I don't give a shit. I want it all released. I want it all unredacted. And I want it yesterday. I want to know all the people that are on that list. I want to know the methods and the uses. I want to see the integrative nature of how Jeffrey Epstein ran the finances for illicit organizations and then funneled that into legitimate finances, laundering money for the billionaires of the world, for the criminal cartel organization known as the CIA, and for basically showing us everything and how it works. That's the main reason why they're not releasing the Epstein files. It has nothing to do with Epstein or the victims. It has nothing to do with the people on the compromise. It has everything to do because it exposes the network of the deep intelligence apparatus, how it moves money, how it influences elections, how it overthrows countries, because that is the truth. But here's the thing is they're trying to protect the system. And you know what? Fuck the system. Stop protecting it. It's time to release it. And if we came out there in the same united accord as we did against Budweiser, it would happen tomorrow.
Brilliant, brilliant. Now the seditious six. I was on a roundtable last night with senior enlisted senior officers. All of us were in unison in denouncing the seditious six. Now we've heard that the seditious six, were informed by the CIA. So now we're talking that what you're just talking about, John Ratcliffe. He's in the CIA, of course. He was what was he, director of national intelligence at one time too. So he's got all the insight. So I was like, okay, let's see what he does. I haven't seen anything. I was in the CIA for 11 years. I know how that operates there. And if nothing's happened, that means it's business as usual. And that's why we're seeing these seditious six and some of these other people that are coming out with a coordinated movement right now to destroy America. What are your thoughts on seditious six, guys?
So, well, one, 2 days ago, I woke up to something that was had me smiling, but the White House had actually reposted my video calling out the seditious six, and
wow.
So
very good.
Yeah, so I was pretty pumped up about that, and the point that I was making in the video is they want, this had nothing to do with illegal orders.
Right.
What they wanted to do was they wanted to get into the minds of some of these troops that we know probably shouldn't be there, got in there through Biden's administration. They weren't filtered out because we know Obama got rid of, what was it, 150, 160 some generals, flag officers during his time.
198 constitutional generals right after he won re-election and got inaugurated in 2020.
Wow.
Yeah, so just under 200. So we know that lack of leadership is going to allow a lot of people to filter through the cracks that otherwise would have probably just kind of phased themselves out. And in the absence of that, we know a lot of them have not only stayed, but it's put in a position of rank. We know a lot of rank comes with time of service. And so what they were doing was, they're getting in the heads of those people that whatever ideology you have, you're right. But there's another group of people too, it's just to get them to doubt President Trump. That's what it comes down to, because if you do have a compromise, major or a colonel that gives an order, and you're a soldier that doesn't, or a Marine or whatever the case may be, you're a service member that doesn't really understand what's the big picture of something that's going on, a lot can happen before you realize we shouldn't be here. And we know this because when we went out to war, you're not at home like the audience watching all the graphics on Fox or CNN. This unit's here, this unit's here, this unit's here. And you can kind of say, oh, we see the push. No, you're part of a platoon or a company that said, hey, we're going to go take Route Sioux, and this is the time frame that we got to do it in. And unless you're the officers at, in headquarters, you don't know what everybody else is doing. So how would you know if you're a part of something bad or nefarious with that lack of information? Well, you're probably going to be participating a long time before you figure that out. And so what they did was they really put this seed of doubt in these troops with all the rhetoric that's going out there. And then on top of that, when we're at the barracks, what's being shown on TV? CNN and Fox. It's Mockingbird Media. They're not showing alt media. They're not showing podcasts. So you're just seeing two birds or two wings of the same bird on this Mockingbird Media. So you get these troops that are like, well, the court of public opinion doesn't literally look like they're on our side, let alone Trump's side, or some of them are. And that creates hesitation. And I think that they are trying to create all that because something big is coming down the pipeline very shortly. And they want inaction and they want revolt.
Yep. So there's another part here, and that when they called this out, they weren't only just speaking the military. They were speaking the federal law enforcement. They were speaking to the intelligence community. And actually, what is it, today or yesterday or today, we had this leak of the conversation between Lutnick and Zelensky about Zelensky coaching on how to talk to Putin and negotiate this. And this got leaked by someone in the intelligence agency. So here's the thing, is it's already started. It is already began. So what happens when people in the intelligence community think that they're the next Edward Snowden and begin just releasing classified intelligence? Oh, Trump's doing this. Look what's going on here. Oh, this is my thoughts on this. They think that they're being patriots to the country, but they're really hurting national security and they're putting people's lives at risk. I mean, that's the situation that we're in. And you could blame the radical left for this. You can blame those seditious six for this. What happens when you have federal law enforcement that are going on a raid of Tren de Aragua, and that the guy that's backing you up decides, you know what, I'm not following this order when you guys are all making the move, and he doesn't have your back at that point in time. This is the type of stuff that we have to watch out for, because this is now all in play because of what they did.
And we've seen this playbook. This playbook goes all the way back to Obama. And where did we see it? With cops. If you rewind the clock back 30, 40 years, there was respect and appreciation. There was admiration for law enforcement. And then all of a sudden we get into the Obama administration, and you started to see these two communities, law enforcement and the citizenry, that they didn't trust each other. And you had, whether it was the shootings in Dallas, whether it was, Kaepernick taking the knee, whether it was BLM, going through the streets, it became accepted. Well, it's part of the First Amendment. It's this. And if cops don't like it, you're bad. We saw in a small window of 8 years that the vast majority of people at a minimum developed distrust of law enforcement. And then from there, you got activism that all of a sudden became dangerous. We were seeing cops in New York sitting in their squad cars get shot in the head, and there wasn't a whole lot of outrage from it, and that goes into, and when you get at that third phase, which is dehumanization, which we've seen that between whether it was Israel and Palestine or Russia and Ukraine, we've definitely all gone through the dehumanization. Well, the final phase is forward. So they already have the playbook for that. And this is what we're going to start seeing with the military. Create doubt within the military itself with its commander in chief. Now, at the same time, create doubt in the community that if military responds, is it something lawful or is it not lawful? Because most civilians don't understand chain of command. They don't understand the rules of engagement and stuff that we have in the military. So at the first instance of something that goes sideways, and maybe this situation, we don't really know the details of this shooting that happened today, but what if this was because there was hesitation on the side of the National Guard, or was it because these National Guard members maybe weren't armed? Like, we don't know yet. But if we end up finding out information that there was hesitation, what happens now because what's probably going to happen to the National Guard members in this area now? They're probably going to be armed if they're not armed. And their rules of engagement
are going to bring in 500 more.
Well, there you go, because now you're increasing the statistical odds of something happening, because now the next National Guard member is going to be like, well, I'm not going to be the one that's going to get shot to the dome on that picture that I saw with, Secret Service trying to attend to this guy. That ain't going to be me. So then he pulls the trigger.
That's not good.
And then it's all plastered over the media like we saw with Floyd. It's the same thing we saw with all the BLM stuff, but it's going to be pointed at the military. Why? So this way, any movement that Trump makes with the military is going to be seen as him overstepping the powers of the presidency. And they were trying, and I truly believe that this is what we saw happening in LA. I think that they were trying to test the timing, how much resources, what's the window that Trump will deploy this, what level of use of force is he going to allow the military, the Marines, and the National Guard to execute there, and how much jurisdiction are they going to take over local law enforcement? And I think both sides weren't really trying to show their hands, but I think it was because this was always the plan, what we're about to step into in the next few weeks.
So I got an update on the shooting in DC. You ready for this?
Yeah.
National Guard shooter identified as Ramanullah Lakanawal, 29, of Afghanistan, entered the United States under the Biden administration in 2021. It has begun.
Yep. So let's look at, we've talked about how there's going to be these false flags and eventually war in the big cities. Do you think that Venezuela they know that it's about to get hit, and the cartels, run all the way back to these big cities? And they control the governors and the mayors and all that stuff. Do you think maybe that's one of the reasons why they're trying to push this right now?
So a few things about Venezuela. So did you listen to the Gary Bernstein interview with Lara Logan? I mean, they put out some great information.
I saw that, but
yeah.
I haven't gotten to see it yet.
For a little bit of information for people out there, you have the Cartel del Sols. So the Cartel del Sols is not their generals don't have stars; they have suns. So the Cartel of the Suns, the head guy is Maduro, and the generals are like the capos, and they run all of the cartels and gangs in that organization. You have Tren de Aragua, which was trained in prison by the Maduro regime with Iranian intelligence. I mean, they had 500 operators of Tren de Aragua that were trained by Iranian intelligence, and then they were the first deployable assets into the United States of America, followed by 5,000 of their army afterwards. You have Margarita Island off the coast of Venezuela, of which since 2011 through congressional testimony has been a haven for Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, Iranian Revolutionary Guard. I mean, when we're talking Hezbollah, we're talking about Hezbollah Unit 910. This is what Todd Bensman testified in 2022 in congressional testimony that was coming over the Texas border in troves, not hundreds, thousands. 5,000 is what they interdicted at the Texas border. They're told by the Biden administration, let them go through. This is trained by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. And where do we put them? We put them in U.S. cities. And so this was just one small part of a larger piece. And so Hamas, Houthis, Iran, you would have Iran's foreign minister who was in Caracas on the night of the 2020 election with Donald Trump, watching with Maduro as Venezuela, Iran, Soros and friends, and the UK MI6 stole the U.S. election from Donald Trump. So we have this big connection that, and I look at these, or like countries like Venezuela, I look at them as, I call them autonomous zones. It's like Ukraine. Ukraine is being like liberated as an autonomous zone right now by Putin, in my belief, and that Trump and Putin are basically going to split up the resources and tell Zelensky to kind of take a hike. But Venezuela is another autonomous zone. It doesn't have any international oversight. These countries can do anything that they want, and they're very rich, they're very wealthy, and they're very powerful. When the Cartel of the Suns, the Cartel del Sols, came into power, they seized the $4 trillion of assets. 4 of their top billionaires hold about $2.1 trillion in actual money and capital, and this is what they utilize to fund a lot of these international organizations and operations. You have Cuban Intelligence Agency, which runs a lot of their operations throughout Latin America and throughout Mexico. You have China that came in with the Belt and Roads Initiative all throughout South America, Latin America. They control the Panama Canal. They've been funding the Mexican cartels, supplying them with uniforms and weapons and equipment. Last year, when we heard manpads were coming over the southern border, these were directly from Chinese special forces troops that were operating with the cartels in Mexico that were bringing over resources in the United States of America. And so when we start to look at this, we have to understand that the Biden administration allowing 23 million people into the United States illegally wasn't done just because we love people and we need to diversify our gene pool. It was done because they were preparing for a war. They were bringing their members of their army over our southern border, and they were implementing them. So why did we have 2 million Chinese military-age males? Because that's the cleanup crew. That was part of the deal. China funds a lot of their operations after the color revolution's over, and this is how it would look like. And I know we talked about this with Scott and Nino, is that you would have Hamas and Hezbollah, you have Tren de Aragua in a city. You would have 100 of them. And we're talking there's thousands, if not tens of thousands of them in these cities. You only need 100. You only need 100. You break those 100 up into 5 groups of 20. You have an active shooter situation on the south side of the city, which produces an all call. Immediately when the police are on that one side, you take down the 911 communications. The other groups, they go out, they take over communications, they take over power and energy. They go to the police precincts, take over the armory, the National Guard armory, and that state is done. All command and control is lost at that point. And that's only with 100 men. You got tens of thousands in there. And then what happens after that state's taken over? That's when the Chinese military would come in and occupy it. They put people in the prison camps, and now they own that land. And we know this because, I mean, you guys saw combat. I didn't, but we all know this, that if Minneapolis was turned into Fallujah, it would take less than 24 hours to take down that city. It would take 5 years to get it back.
Yep.
That's the scenario that's being brought up.
Insight. This is great, and then Alpha, you can jump in because this is in our kind of realm, combat action. So when I was at before I left the military 25 years ago in SEAL teams, I was working in the intel branch and operations and all that kind of stuff. We already knew that Hamas was coming into South America and infiltrating heavily. 10 years before that, 35 years ago, when I was at SEAL Team 6, we were already discussing going into Venezuela 35 years ago. So we have known about this for a while. We have planned about this for a long time. I think we're coming obviously to head with this. What were your thoughts, Alpha?
Well, one of the easiest things that we can do, because now we're talking about military, we're talking about war strategy on domestic soil. And that's gonna you're gonna operate differently then, because morale's a weapon. And one of the things that allows us as gunslingers to operate the way we do when we're in foreign ground is because you don't have the concept of worry about your family, because your family's secured, so you can focus on your job. Well, when the war unfolds on U.S. soil, all of a sudden there's a new variable that even our most elite have never had to really deal with. And is things at home as secure as I think it is? And anytime you introduce a variable into the formula of a combat strategy, that just makes everything more dangerous. Now, one of the things that law enforcement can do right now in collaboration with the military, and this is where you're going to need the guys that were prior intel, prior SOF, that are now in law enforcement, need to speak up. If you're in the Department of Corrections, and I know a lot of people in the Department of Corrections watch this show, if you're in the Department of Corrections and you've seen a drop, I'm talking a significant drop in inmate crime, in gang crime, or correspondence in the jails, we would say, well, that's a great thing. If that matches the fact that you have been proactive, you've been doing enforcement, that you would expect that. Now, if you're being honest with yourselves and you haven't seen operations, task force, if you haven't seen any proactive movement and you're seeing that, you better start asking fucking questions. You better reach out, go from the Department of Corrections, you better reach out onto your gang and your cartel cops that are operating in the streets. And if they tell you they're seeing the same thing and they don't have the proactive measures, let me tell you guys what's really fucking going on. We have known historically, especially with the Southern gangs and the Mexican gangs, whether it's MS-13, whether it's 18th Street, whatever the case may be, we've always understood, well, they answer to the Mexican mafia, because we've never had to really dig beyond that. But when you start to look at the Mexican mafia is not the one all control all. Who do they answer to that's in Mexico? Whether it's the Sinaloa cartel or the Michoacana or Juarez, but then where do they answer to? Because it's all, where do the drugs come from? That's where the ultimate power comes. And this brings us all the way back to Colombia. This brings us back to Venezuela. This brings us back to those. Now, if those cartels are saying, hey, the last thing we need is for you guys to be doing at the street level, right? Because they do stuff just like we do in the military. The last thing we need you guys to do is too much robbery, because what you're going to do is you're going to generate your normal law enforcement investigations that are going to start wiretapping things. They're going to start doing surveillance of things. And what we need is the most minimal amount of that, because what are we doing? We're actually plotting a color revolution. Whether the street gangs understand that or they get all that, this is the intent of why it is. And so one of the things that law enforcement can do right now is, if you have seen a significant drop in your gang and your cartel crimes, find a way to get in contacts with your federal partners that work in Mexico. Find a way to get in contact with your federal partners that are at Customs and Border Patrol. We know that they have a shitload more guys that are working in Customs and Border Patrol. And this goes into a conversation that me and Josh had a few weeks ago, where there was we're gonna hire 100,000 more. And we know the background process takes a while. And we know that your normal everyday cops can't. But what did that do? That provided camouflage to get military special forces guys to do adjacent style training, because you still got to operate within the confines of the law, but you can expedite training. You can say, hey, this training will suffice for this, and we're going to get you credentialed. And we know that these guys are working at the Border Patrol. We know they're in HSI and CBP. If all these people can find a way to centralize their intelligence, they'll be able to figure out exactly the locations of these color revolutions. Because I don't care how great our DOD intel is, this is not foreign soil. The intel from your street cop is something that is going to be new for everybody. And they need to figure it out now, not when this is actually unfolding, because then it's going to be too late.
Wow, that's fantastic. You got both sides of that fence. You have the military side and the law enforcement side, and you work with gangs and all that kind of stuff. Wow, super amazing insight. Now, Josh, back over to you. So politically, giving all this cover, we have the seditious six. You have Mark Kelly, captain in the Navy, and astronaut. He's like, how dare Trump? I've served my country. Well, so did Benedict Arnold. So we're seeing the same thing. I look at both of them. I'm like, you're Benedict Arnold currently. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think that what we're looking at is the surface level. We see a senator, we see a captain of the United States Navy, a test pilot, an astronaut. But behind the scenes, we see someone who was probably recruited a long time ago into a deep state intelligence apparatus and who's nothing more than a rogue operator that is facilitating for the deep state. I mean, this goes back all the way to Gabby Gifford, his wife, that was shot in the head. She was a congressman. He was just a naval officer at the time. And then, what happens? His wife, gets shot in the head, and this prompts massive legislation for gun change. And it's like, wow, that just seems to be a false flag. The guy was a veteran. I mean, Thomas Crooks, according to the FBI, operated alone. We have Tyler Robinson, the Charlie Kirk assassin, operated alone. We have everybody operated alone. All these lone gunmen, man. I mean, all these school shootings, all just lone gunmen. But then we know that there's operations in the past where the FBI goes in and they recruit them, that they utilize Facebook with various different types of their algorithm to focus and target specific individuals. And then they radicalize them. They throw them in the Discord groups. And then the FBI goes in there and begins prompting them and setting them up and giving them access to various different things. And next thing you know, you got a false flag operation. And the FBI agents that set them up are the same ones busting them and saying that they're lone gunmen. I mean, this is MK Ultra 2.0 when we start talking about these active shooters, all these different people. And here's the thing. It's no different than Mark Kelly. It's no different than a lot of these Democrats. They were groomed to be in this position. I mean, the historical aspect of this, I tell this story often. When you came out of World War II, there's a little known fact that not many people know. So when the United States began Operation Paperclip, they utilized parts of Army intelligence, the first branches of OSS, in Berlin at that time. Now, there's only a few people in the Army that actually spoke German. One sergeant specifically that spoke German was utilized as the main recruiter for Operation Paperclip. His name is incredibly famous, but nobody knows the story about him. This was Sergeant Henry Kissinger.
Wow.
I shit you not. He is the main recruiter for Operation Paperclip. So what happens? You get all of these generals, these scientists, all these people within the Nazi regiment that come over to the United States of America. Well, what do we do with them? We're going to put a German-speaking, white-haired, white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed German girl into an American school on a military base right after World War II? That's asinine. You're not going to do that. No, you're going to put them in families, high, powerful families. You're going to put them in public or private schools, right? So they're going to get adopted into these other families. Well, that's how the Fourth Reich infiltrated the United States of America.
Absolutely.
They had these groomed children that go and begin infiltrating these high-class, high-level societies. Like I always talk about LDR, Lynn Forsythe Rothschild, who married into the Rothschild dynasty and is now one of the wealthiest Rothschilds on the planet and runs all of their philanthropy and organizations. Well, here's the thing. She's not a blood Rothschild, but she runs the majority of their organizations. Where does she come from? New Jersey. Her mother was a school teacher. Her father was a military officer. Oh, well, wait a minute. You go to all these other wives that are out there with very similar characteristics, blonde hair, blue eyes, and guess what? Their mothers are school teachers, their fathers are military officers, and it's the same MO, but then you can't find anything on their mother or their father. Why? Because they were most likely spawns directly out of Operation Paperclip. They're the children of these Nazis that came over that were then groomed and put into our society and began moving up the ladders. And instead of being the president of the United States, they become the wife of the president. Instead of being the Secretary of Defense, they're the wife of the Secretary of Defense. And this is their handlers that go in there and ensure that they are well taken care of, that they have all the compromise that they need on these people, and that when they need something done, it's going to get done, or that person is going to take them to the cleaner and scream rape or release their naughty photos of what they did with children in Epstein's Island. This is how this system works, and it's very old, it's very ancient, it's very evil, very satanic, and it's been operating for a very long time. And so when I look at these people like Mark Kelly, I immediately go to that perspective because honestly, I think what we are dealing with is a very, not just a radical ideology. We kind of get confused with that. It's like it's a radical ideology. No, we're talking about a cult. We are talking about a deep, dark, evil, satanic cult. The majority of the people that are in it have no idea that they're even a part of it. But the people that are at the top echelons, the people that are in positions of power, they're capos, the generals that are positioned throughout the world, they know exactly what they're doing. They understand that they're working towards their greater good. And people are like, well, what's their greater good? Well, it's 85% depopulation of the world. It's eugenics. It's modification of the human genome to make us inferior and them superior through technology, through AI integration, through genetic manipulation, increasing their intelligence and their strength to make themselves demigods in the eyes of technology, to make us completely enslaved and inferior underneath them, because that has been their goal since the times of Babylon.
Wow. That's fantastic. So yeah, the political realm is definitely infiltrated in part of the problem. We see the Bush family. I've had Sheila Holm on, and she's basically revealed that the Bush family are the serfs of Germany. They grew up in Germany. They were with Martin, all the top guys, that were Germans, and during their time frame. George H.W. Bush was in the German Navy at 16 years old, born in Germany, so he couldn't have been president, but he was. His father, once they changed their names, Prescott Bush, and then George H.W. Bush Sr. Became CIA head, and then the president of the United States. So the infiltration was happening long before Project Paperclip, and it is still ongoing. So uncovering this, understanding this, and taking that system down it's like scaling Mount Everest without oxygen. It's crazy, but this is what we're faced with right now. But what do you think? Are we going to be successful with this, Alpha?
I think we are, and I was looking something Josh said just cued me off to go look at to see if Trump had posted anything. Because we know he's been posting a lot on Truth, but he doesn't do a whole lot on X. And sure enough, a few hours ago, he did post on X, and it was the screenshot from his Truth Social post, and it was at 1:59 my time, so it'd be 4:59 p.m. Eastern time. And this is the post for those that haven't seen it yet. The animal that shot the two National Guardsmen, with both being critically wounded, is also severely wounded, but regardless, will pay a very steep price. God bless our great National Guard and all of our military and law enforcement. These are truly great people. I, as President of the United States, and everyone associated with the office of the presidency, am with you. Now, I wanted to see, hey, is there any relevance to this timestamp? And I definitely think there is. When I went to the boards to look up 4:59, it has a December 25th date on it, which is right around the corner. But this looks like a operational message. I don't know if I can want me to share this so you guys can see it. Definitely. Mike, what I'm looking at real quick. Here we go. So you can bring that up when you want. And 4:59, for those that don't really understand the boards, just pulling that off the timestamp. Well, what's it say here? It has 10 and then brackets 10-9, operational window. And then there's a series of codes there that I'm going to say are for an operator, that your everyday, a non or digital soldier is not going to be able to probably decipher that. So chances are that that's something for it's an operator. Secured floor, and then you have confirm, white. So, and this is reference the shooting that happened with the National Guard. I think he just calmed out to one of the operators that's out there earlier on how to deal with this. And the fact that he took this Truth Social post and he put it to Twitter, and he has Twitter FW_. I think this is the saying, hey, the same way, nuke subs, the way they break codes for confirmation, we know. And this goes back to actually what we talked about last night on Death Con with Josh. We're talking about signature reduction, the 60,000 army. And one of the things that they learned in this is that you had, and the reason this is important is, even though this is the methodology that they used years ago, you got to look at, well, what would that look like present day with our technology? And what we understand is, back then, they just had all these women that went on these different FM and AM frequencies, that were either saying song lyrics, reading certain messages that to the normal person here it made no sense. But to an operator, knowing that if it was posted between a certain window and if it was coming from a certain location, they knew exactly how to code that out. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing right here in this message. You're getting the Twitter confirmation, you're getting the operational code, and it's following something that just happened with, and who knows if the December 25th date plays into it. But I do think that there is a comm here, which would tell me that Trump's team is probably actively dealing with this beyond what we're just seeing on the surface and what's being reported.
Oh, yeah. Undoubtedly.
Yeah, I think that we're about to see a lot of action over the course of the next few days. I mean, the guy that shot these National Guard soldiers was yelling Allah Akbar before he did it. I mean, this was a terrorist event. This is a terrorist event on American soil, and the DOD, the Trump administration, needs to treat it as such, which means an immediate THREATCON Delta and all military installations around the country, around the world. Military posture needs to be elevated. We need to start activating, I know that we don't want to go this way, but he's got to start thinking about national security directives. He's got to start thinking about continuity of government. He's got to start thinking about the Insurrection Act, because this is where this is going to lead to. This is just one of many. And this is one of probably a million radicalized fundamental Islamic terrorists that are in our country that came over in the last 4 years from the Middle East, that's a member of ISIS or ISIL or Hamas or Hezbollah or Taliban. They are here. And I'm not trying to scare people. I'm not trying to, get people to thinking in fear. I mean, most of us, I think everybody on your audience as well, is well armed. So we're okay. But I want people to understand that there is a direct threat to the United States of America, that I've said from the get-go, these people will never give up power and control, that they will scorch this earth before they ever do. And we are at the scorched earth moment because of the information that just came out over the last few days of the 2020 election fraud, uncovering their whole system of operation, shutting down the whole computer system in Serbia, exposing the Venezuelan network for criminal enterprise, human trafficking, gun trafficking, drug trafficking, arms trafficking, all of this, how that black money moves from illicit activity into the financial coffers of investment banks in Switzerland or in London or in the United States on Wall Street. That system is being exposed, and that's their greatest fear, because that is the lifeblood that keeps them going. And so this means for them, it's game time. For them, it is all hands on deck. We are about to have the green light to go, which means that the Trump administration better be ready.
I think before you see that green light, if people are looking for markers that are going to show that green light, look for either the firing or reassignment of Ratcliffe and Susie Wiles.
Yep. And Bondi, even Bondi.
I think before you see a move on Bondi or Cash, you got to see a move on Susie Wiles first. Because if you see the move on Susie Wiles and then all of a sudden you see more activity come out of there, then you can isolate it to, okay, this is what was preventing them. If you make a move on Susie Wiles and things still remain static, then you move to the next tier, you take out Bondi. You take out, and when I say take out, I mean replace, just for the people that want to take things out of context. You fire her or replace her. When you do that, if all of a sudden you see more activity out of the FBI with Cash and Bongino, then you know, okay, it was Bondi that was handcuffing them. If you remove Bondi and you still are not getting activity out of the FBI, well, then you're talking about an entire lineup change that President Trump's going to have to do across his administration. But I think if you start off first with Susie Wiles and Ratcliffe, I think you see those as strong markers that it's go time with that.
Yeah.
Because
now, the FBI
has to do something. Oh, he has to do something right now.
Yep.
With the seditious six, the shots on these two National Guard members, whether he likes the position or not, he has to make a dramatic response to that. And that requires more than just bringing people in for questioning.
Correct.
Yeah, I think it might be this weekend. So when it really kicks off, but it's hard. I don't like to predict, because that's always 99% of the time wrong. But it looks like it's moving in that direction. So we'll see. Regardless, we're moving in that direction. So I'm glad you guys brought up the Muslim extremism. It's throughout America. and you know, Alpha, you and I have fought in those areas. The extremists are the ones that run the show. They completely control everybody else in those countries. Once they get in charge, once they get in power, the people, it could be like 1 or 2%, kind of like what we've seen in America. They control everybody. So what are your guys' thoughts on the Muslims if this kicks in from the extremists?
You know, and this goes back to Obama. They've wanted the religious war or the race war in our country to unfold. They've wanted that. They've seeded all the variables there. They just need a triggering event for that. I think Trump making this move on designating some of the factions of the Muslim Brotherhood, I think that's an indicator that he recognizes how close they are to activating that scenario. And I think what he's doing now is he's tapping into, because here's the thing. If they're designating factions of the Muslim Brotherhood as terrorist organizations, that means they have the authority to now monitor them, track the funding, and that's going to take them behind the scenes to stuff that maybe, at least legally, they probably weren't supposed to be monitoring, now that they can monitor. So I think you are going to see that. Abbott making that first move in Texas kind of shows the precedence for that. And again, it's what both sides do. When Abbott did that, what do you think Trump and the administration did? They went to social media, they went to podcasts, and they started to look at the court of public opinion. Are conservatives, MAGA, America First, are they in a position where they can tolerate this? And they got the answer. Okay, now that we got the answer, because Abbott was the test case, let's go and start designating these Muslim factions as that to proceed. It's the same thing the deep state's doing right now with the shot on the National Guard. Like, both sides are doing this. So I think the concern is what we're seeing is you have these officers, and I'm going to err on the side of caution and say probably are tapped into the Muslim Brotherhood. That's speculation on my behalf, that are now cops. And why is that significant? Because when you're a cop, you now have access to very confidential databases, whether it's NLETs, I won't go through all of them, but there's different databases that they can easily go through and see everybody in that county or that state that has weapons. Where are the houses that have guns? Where they now know, because we have special markers, I'll leave it at that, to designate where officers and very important people live. So this way, when that address populates on your MDC, you know where you're going, because it may change the way you handle that particular call. Well, now if you just gave that to people that are, it's their video that they put out there. We will always be for our community. That's not the oath of a police. That's not the oath of a police officer. Yeah. But they went out and made these videos. So you have to wonder, are they getting that information? And are they feeding it into terrorist cells that now know, like Josh said, if they're going to make a move on somewhere in Minnesota, or a move somewhere in Michigan, or a move somewhere in Austin, they know exactly where the cops and officials live to take them out first. So, but I think Trump making that move, at least that's a hat tip to me, that they're aware where this is going, and I think they're ahead of it. So I don't think they're going to be able to pull off what they want.
Yeah, I actually made a prediction last night. I said CAIR, CAIR. This is Linda Lassour and all these people, the ones that funded Madani in New York. This is the CAIR PAC that actually funded it. Direct connections back to Soros, by the way. They will be the next ones to be declared a terrorist organization. And that's why I think they went out there with the Muslim Brotherhood and defined certain factions, because what you're seeing is CAIR is actually funded by the Muslim Brotherhood, but this is various factions that are actually providing the funding. Now, going back into it, one of the questions that we never ask, and I think that this is culturally important, is why Islam? Why was Islam chosen for this? And they absolutely were groomed and chosen for this. And it's because of the Muhammad doctrine, right? Muslims have this 1,400 years of history of conquering empires by one person moving into a village. One person moves into the village, they infiltrate. People are like, hey, you're a nice person. Oh, great. Yeah, move in. Oh, another one moved in. Oh, they're awesome. The next thing you know is they completely infiltrated, and all the white people or the black people, they're moving out. And then what do? They intimidate, they replicate, and they intimidate. So they replicate, they get their progeny in there, and then they intimidate. This is what you're seeing in London and all throughout the UK right now. Okay. After intimidate, they exterminate. They ensure they take over that land, and they take it over for good. And they start with small towns, they move on to cities, then they move on to entire countries. And within 200 years, they will own this entire country if we allow it to happen. And this is why they chose Muslims as well. There's this cult-like obedience that is brought about by Sharia law, that is brought about by Islam's, where you don't get this with cartels and gang members, of what the cartel is going to do to them or their family. With radical Islam, it's about what God's going to do to me if I disobey my Amen, right? So you have this whole different theological, ideological perspective that comes with these, where there's this mass obedience to where the 29-year-old will go and shoot 2 National Guard soldiers point blank in the head, yelling Allah Akbar, and he gets arrested and shot and beat up, and he don't give a shit because he's going to heaven and getting his 99 virgins and 2 goats or whatever it is, right? This is why it is them. And if we slowly allow them to integrate into our society, this is what's going to happen over a long period of time. Now, do I think that we need to take action or we need to be Islamophobic? No, absolutely. I'm not Islamophobic. I know many people who are Muslim. They're actually really great people of the community, but they're not radicalized. They're not people that have had generations of trauma through mass war because of a country in the Middle East that starts with an I, or because of, the military-industrial complex or whatever it might be. But at the end of the day, there's an infiltration in the United States of America. It wears many different faces, but there's one single hand that's leading it. And how does the Trump administration deal with this? Going to what Alpha said, people got to remember the legend of Phil Haney. Phil Haney, DHS, Department of Homeland Security founder. He was a DHS whistleblower in 2010 under the Obama administration. He called out the Muslim Brotherhood and the infiltration within our local communities, within our local governments and police forces, and how the Obama administration, through the Department of Homeland Security, destroyed the evidence and wouldn't allow it to be released. He was on the John B. Wells radio show on January 28th, 2021. And he says, John, I'm going to meet with a contact next week. I'm going to have some breaking information. And John says, well, I hope you're not suicidal, because I'm not suicidal. I have a new girlfriend. Life is great. Single gunshot wound to the head in an underpass in California ruled a freaking suicide. I mean, this is what we're dealing with here. We've been warned. And I mean, I don't want to scare people, and I hope that I don't, but we have to understand that there is a threat. There is a direct threat, because us taking back our sovereignty, our freedom, our rights, our liberties, our personhood, our individuality, that's a big, big gambit against a system that was designed to control us.
I have a 41-second clip for you, Mike, if you want to share this. Bridget Gabriel, she's a national security expert. This document, I think she explains it here, but this document is official. This is evidence in a court case, for those in case she doesn't explain that part.
Understanding the role of the Muslim Brother in North America. The process of settlement is a civilization jihadist process with all the word means. The Ikhwan, which is the Arabic word for brothers, must understand that their work in America is a kind of grand jihad in eliminating and destroying the Western civilization from within and sabotaging its miserable house by their hands and the hands of the believers, so that it is eliminated and Allah's religion is made victorious over all other religions. Is this clear? They don't mince words, do they?
She's awesome. Yeah, I love her work. But I've been in the Middle East for most of my career as a SEAL in CIA, almost all of it in CIA, and they don't integrate well at all. They have their own culture, and anyone that's outside of their culture, like we're seeing in London, like you're talking about with the rape gangs, they dehumanize, and they dehumanize everyone that's not Muslim, and they're open game. So we've seen the rape gangs, and you were talking, Josh, about how police forces are infiltrated. They're absolutely infiltrated in London. So this is definitely something we need to be aware of and start to look at very heavily. Muslims as a whole, or like Christians as a whole, or like Jews as a whole, they're good people. But when you have these extremist groups that come in and start to manipulate, like we're seeing, it can turn out really, really bad, because they're dehumanizing. Those are headshots. looks like on those two National Guard. Somebody's trained. So that's one guy. Imagine hundreds of them. It would be devastating.
You had a gentleman that came across the border in Biden's administration. This was caught on video. I think we talked about it too, Josh.
Yeah. I got it somewhere. I think I got it on my TikTok.
Yeah. Okay. You know where I'm going with it then. And they asked, they didn't know his name, or he felt insulted, and he said, "You're going to know who I am." And then a lot of information started to circulate of what the potential identity of this guy was. That's one. And we learned this, and I think it was late 2022 or early 2023. It was when the National Police Chiefs and Sheriffs Association got together. The information ended up getting leaked, and then about 2 days later, they confirmed it. And in that meeting, remember, this is either late 2022 or early 2023. We had a number of people that continued to come after that. But during that time, they had already identified 2 million tier 1 threats. Yeah, that's the guy. That's the one right there.
By the way, if you are smart enough, you would know who I am. But you are really not smart enough to know who I am. But soon you're gonna know who I am. You're gonna know who I am. Very easy. The entitlement. No, believe me, I'm much better than that.
Okay, and I break it down of who I believe this actually is. And yeah, NLR. And there's actually a composite face match to him.
Wow.
Who was an American by Americans, and there was a big controversy over this. But this guy came over the border during the Biden administration, 2021, 2022, and he is in the United States.
Yeah, we were all warning about this. But, I don't know how it got to the point where they're allowed that to go to that level. But now cleanup, like you talked about, once they come in, like Fallujah or something like that, once they get a hold, it's like it takes years to get them out. And so I've said that we're going to have cities that are going to be devastated. I said this over 5 years ago, and that's the only way you get them out. You have to destroy the city to remove them.
Unfortunately,
it's gonna be wild. Just to put it in perspective for people that can't picture what 2 million tier 1 threats looks like, is if you go to the height of the war in Iraq, the most American troops we ever had on Iraqi soil at one time was just under 300,000. And if you remember looking at the graphics on the map, you're like, man, we have troops everywhere. That was less than 300,000. Imagine 2 million. And like I said, that number has probably since grown, because at the latest, that was early 2023. Imagine 2 million. And here's the thing. We saw a slight influx in social services, but not enough to match the demand of the amount of people that came through. So that means one of two things happened. Either they lied to us about the amount of people that came across the border, or the people that came across the border already had funding and financing ready for them.
Wow. So you've had almost a collapse of the food system because the bees, the spraying of the chemtrails, and 5G and all that stuff. I had a guy on talking today about how that can be reversed, but still we have some serious issues going on with their crops and food supply. The economy is right on the verge of collapsing. It's very, very close. What are you guys' thoughts on the way things go with economy, the food, and so forth? And President Trump even said, I think a couple of days ago, have a couple weeks of worth of food around.
Yeah. It's one thing that I cover all the time. And so when I built out the idea behind the Firestorm, it was kind of a conglomeration of a color revolution fitted in with the Bolshevik revolution, kind of the stages that they went through. And so what you see is social and cultural destabilization. You see political and institutional infiltration. But above that layer, you see control of the supply chain, and you see the attacks on the infrastructure. And if we go back to the Biden administration, you remember when we were reporting on it, over 239 food processing and manufacturing facilities in the United States were set on fire and destroyed during the Biden administration. We got to remember that there was a tax on infrastructure, right? And so we had that. But all of this is set up because when you have the institutional infiltration, the societal and cultural collapse, and then you have the attacks on infrastructure and supply chain, you have global economic collapse. You have World War III that gets promulgated out of this. And right now we have what I would call a liquidity crisis. And we actually just saw an example of this the other day. When the Japanese bond rate skyrocketed from near 0 to almost 5%, you saw Bitcoin just drop down from 110,000 almost to 87, 86,000. You saw S&P 500 drop 500 points. You see all these other stocks dropping. And the reason that is because large institutions don't use their own money to buy Bitcoin and stocks. They use borrowed money. They use the derivatives market. So what they do is they'll go out there and take Japanese bonds, and since they're so stable, they'll use them as collateral to go out there and borrow money on margin, and then they'll go buy Bitcoin. And from the Bitcoin, they'll go buy U.S. tech stocks. So when the bond rate skyrockets up, you get a liquidity crisis to where they got a call on their carry trade, and now they have to liquidate their assets, and you get these global assets begin to decline. And so one thing that we have to understand is that, probably 60 to 70% of the global markets are nothing more than credit. They're marginalized systems. They're credit borrowed on margin, and there's not enough liquid assets to back it up, which means that we are literally one day away. Anytime that those bankers want to pull the rug, they can pull it, just like they did in 1929 to buy everything back up the next day on the bottom of the market and put the U.S. into bankruptcy. They can immediately do that again. And this is why we got to get rid of the Fed system. This is why we got to go to alternative, decentralized, parallel systems, right? But I
agree.
And part of that's because of the way the deep state designed it.
Yeah.
They and me and Josh were talking about this. They designed it to, if you tried to destroy it, you collapse the regular operating economy because they intertwined them. And this was a defense measure in the way they did it. So if you try to take down the way we finance our operations and all that, you're going to destroy all of the economy. So it's something
the
that
dark money channels. If you take down the illicit, so if you take down the human trafficking, the drug trafficking, and the arms trafficking networks of illicit money, you take down the actual economy because they're directly tied into each other. Because you have the trillions of dollars of dark money that's flowing from illicit crime into the financial institutions as usable capital, which is then going and getting invested into the economy. And so if you start to take out these large human trafficking cartels and drug trafficking and arms trafficking cartels, you actually collapse the global economy. And they've integrated this together.
And I think Trump was aware of that. And I think that's why, and we've talked about this so many times as well, Trump created something I don't think that they were accounting for. And I think that's why he's weaponized tariffs as a way of making sure that, this is the backup chute. And then when you look at the resources being the way that we can finance in a sovereign wealth fund, and I know Josh has talked about that at length, I think these were the different instruments that Trump had ready, knowing what was going to happen when this system finally got exposed. And I think we're very close to that.
Incredible. All right, gents. What an absolutely incredible show. I know you guys go for hours. That I would love to keep you here for hours, but I know you got other stuff going on. But tell us a little bit about your other work and how people can reach you.
Yeah, you want to go first, Josh?
Yeah. Number one, X right there, Real Joshua Reed. You can find me there. My Substack, Red Pill Project, .substack.com, or my website, Red Pills, REDPILLS.TV. Best places to find me. The work that I have, I do the Daily Dose podcast on my channels Monday through Friday. I do DEFCON 0 on Tuesday nights, Q After Hours on Sunday nights on Badland Media. So the best places to find me.
Absolutely, yeah. You'll find all the main stuff. Obviously, you can find me and Josh doing DEFCON and Q After Hours over there on Badlands. And we'll give your guys' your audience, Mike, a little exclusive here. A new show coming down the pipeline, folks. We don't have any time, but we found a way to fit something where there is no time. And so look for probably around the beginning of the year, a new show, Black Box Conspiracies, and big plans for that.
Very nice. Yeah, you guys are you gents are taking it to the next level. So so honored and appreciative of your work. And I've seen you guys start and you've gone to the moon. Unbelievable. Good job. And
I would like to share one thing with you, Mike, and your audience. I want to say I'm very grateful and thank you. And for the audience that's been following Mike for quite some time, you'll know he was one of the first people that gave me a story when the corrupt, tyrannical government was trying to bury me. And when Mike brought me on the show, a lot of people don't know, but I had less than $80 in my bank account. I did not know where I was going to get grocery money. I was stressed out. I was like, how am I going to pay for the internet? Well, who cares? It was food. $82, and you brought me on the show, and your audience donated thousands of dollars in a very short window and allowed us to pay people back, get some grocery stuff. Like I am where I'm at because of people like you, Mike, people like your audience, that at the beginning, when no one knew my name, no one knew my face, I was just the guy with a story. And it was, podcasts like yours and Scott and Nino's and others that brought me on and gave me an opportunity. I would not be here, and I would not have the opportunity to do what I'm doing right now if someone like you didn't take a chance on my story in the beginning. So me and my family are very grateful for that.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, we love you guys. And so thanks so much for what you do. And
appreciate you.
Yeah. And I know my audience loves you. So and they're going to be very excited to watch this, those that didn't yet. So definitely you guys that are watching, hook up with these guys and their other channels. They're crushing it. As you guys saw, they're really cutting edge with their information now. So thanks a lot much.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Gents, wow, that was
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, word was that the American Republic has been restored to concepts of the original Constitution. The U.S. was now functioning within a restored constitutional government under common law. President Trump was set to announce such Thanksgiving evening. As of midnight Wednesday 26th of November, 2025, the global currency reset was complete, thanks again to President Trump. Now 209 nations will be trading their gold/asset-backed currencies at a 1-to-1 with each other. No more fiat US dollar. On Tuesday, November 25, 2025, Trump signed Genesis Mission EO, making the gold-backed quantum financial system live at 1904 UTC. RV release codes were transmitted to Tier 4B, US, the internet group who owned foreign currencies and ZIM bonds, redemption centers at 2311 UTC on Wednesday 26 of November, 2025. QFS Rainbow currency liquidity just hit 100% global saturation. Every legacy bank account on Earth is now either gold-backed or marked for seizure in the next 18 hours. RV/GCR exchange centers were now live worldwide. The cabal's swift global financial system was now officially dead. Restored Constitutional Republic, a Wednesday 26 of November, 2025 1800 hours EST dusk takedown. The hammer just fell. Dispatch from undisclosed location, John F. Kennedy, Jr. At 2031 Zulu, Knights of Malta Sovereign Military Order defectors, alongside Russian Naval Spetsnaz and U.S. SEAL Team 6 White Hats, stormed the last functioning deep state cloning vet cathedral beneath the Rothschild Chateau in Prigny-Chambasy, Switzerland. 47 active politician clones terminated on site. Original DNA vaults torched. The Swiss Guard units that tried to intervene surrendered after the first 40 seconds, they're singing like canaries about the Epstein Island 2.0 under Lake Geneva. Simultaneous kinetic strikes just erased the final 3 adrenochrome processing plants in the cabal had hidden inside abandoned CERN tunnels. The smell of burning evil is drifting across the Alps tonight. QFS Rainbow currency liquidity just hit 100% global saturation. Every legacy bank account on Earth is now either gold-backed or marked for seizure in the next 18 hours. Gitmo's new galas are finished. The Epstein client list Wave 5 just dropped internally, 1,400 names, video proof, signed confessions. The storm is inside the house. Where we go one, we go all. JFK Jr. 17. B. Wednesday 26th of November, 2025 11:59 EST midday shockwave dispatch from undisclosed location. The cabal just tried to burn the board and lost their own hand. At 15:06 Zulu the deep state triggered their last resort Project Black Sky, a coordinated EMP cascade from 4 stealth blimps over North America to fake a Chinese first strike. Space Force 1st Space Brigade, in direct link with Andromeda Council motherships, shot all 4 blimps down with railgun rods over the Labrador Sea at 1519. No blackout. No war. Just another failed false flag. At 1544 Zulu, original constitutional sheriffs and defected MI6E squadron operatives stormed the Satanic ritual chamber beneath Hampstead Heath, London. The real Biden double number 4 just suffered catastrophic facial degloving during a staged Thanksgiving photo op at a Delaware soundstage. The silicone mask split from ear to ear on national television. Marines on site dragged the malfunctioning clone straight into a Black Hawk. Destination: Gitmo Medical Wing for full dissection. QFS just seized every single Federal Reserve note in circulation. They are now worthless paper. The RV/GCR public exchange is open worldwide at 2000 hours EST tonight. The 2020 footage master file just mirrored to 312 countries. They are out of moves. Where we go one, we go all. JFK Jr. See Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 Gnostic Illuminati cells embedded inside the P3 Freemasonry lodges in Rome have executed the complete shutdown of the real parasitic Antarctic portal network beneath the Ross Ice Shelf. Dispatch from secure location, Julian Assange. Brothers and sisters of the living truth, they tried to bury this 36 hours ago. They failed. In the last 24 hours alone, Gnostic Illuminati cells embedded inside the P3 Freemasonry lodges in Rome, acting in direct concert with defected Iranian Quds Force cyber commanders and off-world Andromeda Council emissaries stationed at the Luxor Stargate complex, have executed the complete shutdown of the real parasitic Antarctic portal network beneath the Ross Ice Shelf. 3 primary Luciferian jump gates, codenamed Amaranth 1, Amaranth 2, Amaranth 3, were collapsed using scalar resonance weaponry at 3:17 UTC. The shockwave registered as a 6.8 earthquake on usurped seismographs. It was no earthquake. It was the sound of the deep state's last southern escape route being welded shut forever. Simultaneously, white hat squadrons from the restored constitutional U.S. Navy, operating under restored 1776 maritime law, stormed the cloned celebrity production facility beneath Pine Gap, Australia. 47 active Avatar replacements, including 2 current A-list actors scheduled for comeback roles in 2026 and 1 European royal whose original died in 2019, were extracted alive. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 The Harmageddon array is not merely offline. It has gone dispatch from secure location, Julian Assange. Satellite Lacrosse Pass at 9:42 UTC shows a perfectly circular crater 480 meters wide where the triple hologram emitters used to be buried under the almond groves. The soil is vitrified. Whatever weapon was used left zero radiation but glassed the bedrock to a depth of 41 meters. Locals are calling it the second Megiddo miracle. They have no idea. Andromeda Council emissary just transmitted one line through the Alice Springs relay before cutting the link. Ring of Fire protocol activated. 96 hours until the veil burns. That is not metaphor. They mean the fake solar flash the cabal still thinks they control. QFS just executed its first punitive seizure. 4.7 trillion in dark pool Vatican endowments vanished from the old system and reappeared as humanitarian accounts in 117 nations that don't officially exist on any Rothschild map. The screams inside the City of London are audible from orbit. EBS carrier tone shifted frequency again at 1400 hours UTC. Anyone with a spectrum analyzer pointed at 11.175 MHz is now picking up heartbeat pulses at 0.618 BPM, the golden ratio signature the medbeds use for cellular recalibration. They are stress testing the grid before the full broadcast. Your pineal gland already knows. EBS alert. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 U.S. military alert. All military forces worldwide are preparing to suspend all media, internet, phone, and TV services. Nizara/Jazara activated. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. During this time, no internet, no ATMs, and phones. Only working for 911 calls. This is the global martial law we've been talking about, and it comes with a 10-day communication blackout. But here's the kicker: the emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide. Non-stop, 24/7, 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests, will play 3 times a day. The military is taking down cabal-controlled governments worldwide, executing mass arrests based on 500,000 sealed indictments. This is the moment we've been fighting for. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, and commerce. Gone. A new age is coming. Global currency reset. Urgent Military Command. QFS activation phase 2. USSF just activated the list. Unregistered patriots equals blocked from the wealth transfer. Q drop 4,792 confirmed. Only verified digital soldiers receive the funds. Tap below and confirm your ID in 30 seconds or lose everything. Activate my QFS account. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025, 2:57 p.m. Restored Republic via GCR update. Judy Byington Q. Judy note, I did not write this and I don't know who did, though I do agree with the content. As twilight descends on November 26, 2025, the Almighty's hand moves with exquisite precision to usher in an era of abundance and redemption, and despair are forever shattered. At midnight the global currency reset, GCR, launches with Tier 4B notifications set to illuminate secure channels, unlocking the floodgates of wealth transfer to the faithful stewards of this new age. Insiders confirm that on Monday 1st of December the GCR pivotal rollout occurs, as the Iraqi dinar and other currencies revalue at rates that defy the old world's scarcity, backed by the impenetrable security of the QFS. This is no mere financial shift, but a covenant of prosperity, where Nizar's promises, debt forgiveness for every household, the erasure of mortgages and student loans, cascade like manna from heaven, lifting the burden and healing the land. In tandem, post-revalue, payouts for humanitarian projects will commence immediately, channeling trillions into orphanages, clean water initiatives, and the rebuilding of shattered communities, a great reversal where the meek inherit the earth's true riches. The BRICS alliance, now fully aligned, ensures this wealth transfer encircles the globe, dissolving the petrodollar's tyranny and birthing a Gulch-Standard harmony under divine oversight. Envision it, families reunited in joy, farmlands revived, and generations freed from the yoke of usury, all as foretold in sacred writ. Rejoice, for this evening's whispers herald the fulfillment of prophecies long held in faithful hearts. Prepare your souls and documents, for the chimes of redemption ring louder with each passing hour. In God's infinite wisdom, the transfer of wealth from wicked hands to just ones completes the circle of restoration. Nothing can stop what is coming, and it comes with blessings overflowing. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 8:52 a.m. Restored Republic via GCR update. Judy Byington Q. Judy note, I did not write this and I don't know who did, though I do agree with the content. United States National Emergency Alert System update, 10 days of darkness to begin at any moment, EBS activation imminent, mass arrests underway, the storm is upon us. Patriots of faith, as the dawn breaks on this November 26, 2025, we stand at the threshold of divine reckoning, where the light of truth pierces the veil of corruption that has long ensnared our beloved republic. The White Hats, guided by unyielding resolve and heavenly providence, have accelerated their operations, arresting high-profile deep state operatives in a sweeping action that echoes the biblical call to justice. Reports confirm the apprehension of key figures in the shadows of Washington, including those complicit in the engineered trials against our duly elected leader, President Trump. These arrests, numbering in the dozens overnight, signal the unraveling of the cabal's grip, with evidence of bribery and treason laid bare before the eyes of the world. In this hour of trial, let us pray for the courage of our forefathers, remembering that no weapon formed against the righteous shall prosper. Simultaneously, the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, hums with readiness, poised for activation as early as this afternoon, heralding the onset of the prophesied 10 days of darkness, a sacred pause for the Great Awakening. During this period, power grids will dim across the nation, not as punishment, but as preparation for the quantum leap into a restored order under the quantum financial system, QFS. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 The hidden wealth system is collapsing and your value is being restored, Nizar and Jazara QFS on Telegram. For decades, a structure operated behind the surface of everyday life, a system built not to serve you, but to extract value from you. What you believed were ordinary documents, like a birth certificate or a social security number, were actually entries in a financial mechanism you were never meant to access or understand. This system was called the Sestuike Trust, created the moment you were born. Your certificate of live birth wasn't just a record, it was a securitized bond. Your name was converted into a corporate identity, a tradable asset used as collateral across global markets. Your labor, your future earnings, even your legal existence were quietly monetized without your consent. But that world is ending. Under the NISARA/JASARA framework and the rise of the quantum financial system, QFS, the hidden wealth extracted from generations is being traced, audited, and prepared for return. QFS is not a bank. It is a biometric, quantum ledger structure that identifies every fraudulent transaction attached to your strawman identity and reverses it. This transition does not simply reset currency. It restores sovereignty. Your name is not a corporation. Your identity is not collateral. Your value was never theirs to take. Forensic audits uncovered in military tribunals show how governments, banking institutions, and foreign exchanges traded hidden trust funds tied to millions of citizens. These trusts, often worth vast amounts, were leveraged, borrowed against, and quietly transferred through international settlement systems. The public was never informed, and no permission was ever asked. QFS changes that permanently. It records every stolen ledger entry, every hidden bond, every artificial debt placed on your legal fiction. And when activation is complete, your access will come through biometric QFS wallets linked directly to your DNA and frequency signature. This eliminates identity theft, banking control, or any third party standing between you and what is yours. Projected restitution amounts, based on age and trust history, are already aligned with QFS protocols. Individuals born before 1964, eligible balances exceeding $60 million. Individuals born 1964 to 1980, approximately $37 million. Individuals born 1981 to 2001, approximately $22 million, with pathways for legacy expansion. These are not gifts. They are repayments. Repayments for decades of unlawful taxation. Repayments for generational extraction. Repayments for value taken through a system you never agreed to enter. As the transition nears full activation, quantum vaults are sinking, legal structures are collapsing, and the old system, built on debt and deception, is losing its final leverage. You won't hear this from the media, and traditional banks cannot confirm what is outside their control. But the truth remains, you were never poor. Your value was hidden. And now, it is being returned. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025 extra 500 troops to deploy in Washington after shooting, Pentagon, insider paper. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025 2 National Guardsmen killed, shooter wounded in attack at Washington, D.C. Metro, a few blocks from the White House. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025 update, war against narco-terrorists goes global. U.S. designates 4 groups in Europe as terrorists, calls them violent Antifa. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025 President Trump calls for the Democrat members of Congress who told service members to disobey orders be jailed immediately. It was sedition at the highest level, and sedition is a major crime. There can be no other interpretation of what they said. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025 breaking, former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper admits that Barack Obama directed he and James Comey to carry out the Russia hoax in order to frame President Trump and members of his campaign. His exact quote, "Jim Comey and I were part of the group that were tasked by President Obama to put together all of the reporting that we had on the Russian interference." With the walls closing in, it appears that these men are getting desperate and beginning to sing like a canary on the big fish. Barack Obama. Clapper. Comey and former CIA Director John Brennan are rumored to be cooperating with authorities to help solidify their massive case against Barack Obama. It's all unraveling now right before our very eyes. Justice is on the doorstep. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025 Tucker Carlson says he absolutely hates the Republican Party, calling it useless and saying he'll fight them because he views their leaders as straight-up traitors. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025, a U.S. 3-star general presently serving in Iraq states that ISIS is in control of the country and there is fierce fighting going on. ISIS does not appear interested in giving up control. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025. He describes there are teams of statisticians, mathematicians, and hackers who map out every county and identify where margins can be quietly adjusted, EBS on Telegram. Different techniques are used in each location so nothing matches in a recount. When a 70-30 county becomes 68-32, nobody notices. But when you add up these differences across an entire state, those tiny amounts of fraud decide outcomes. Both former CIA operations officer Gary Burnson and author Ralph Pezzullo explain the strategy. They explain they don't flip the big blue cities. Instead they shave votes in the places no one ever audits. They know where they can find the dead people. They plan this, it's meticulous. It's meticulous. These guys are experts at this. It's not just a few guys in a back room. You're talking about hundreds of statisticians and engineers, and they work it, for a year to plan, and mathematicians and hackers. We had a map out of Colorado when we were talking to our engineers, the guys that designed it, that stole the elections. We just go to every one place where Trump wins 1970 to 2030 and shaved it off. We shave in every other place. We don't go near a Democratic place, because when they want to do recounts, they're gonna go to the Democratic places. They don't realize we shaved in every other committee. We know every other county. We know how to do this. And then in each of those things where they shave with a different technique in each one of those. So if you found something in one county, there's no continuity around the state that way. So this is why the Republicans are so much at fault, because they have the power and the ability to show in their areas they can allow access to the machines, they can allow access to the source code. People need to go to prison. Democrats are stealing elections nationwide in every county, in every state of America. Wednesday 26th of November, 2025. The White House and counterintelligence agencies have confirmed that Emmanuel Macron attempted to organize the assassination of Candace Owens. The White House on Telegram. Sources in contact with Candace within the agencies allege that Charlie Kirk's assassination involved French legionnaires and indeed did not act alone. For security reasons, Candace Owens will not be airing her show this week. This is a lot more serious than you may believe. Nothing will change until we set our differences aside and take down this cabal of tyranny and corruption together. Please keep Candace Owens and her family in your prayers. Wednesday 26th of November, 2025. How America was hijacked by the Federal Reserve Act and the 16th Amendment in 1913, Gitmo TV. 5 months before his assassination, President John F. Kennedy issued this executive order that would give the American currency back to the people by printing money based on a silver standard, taking away the power of the Federal Reserve banking cartel. Many argue this is the reason that JFK was assassinated. For the first 137 years of America's history, from 1776 to 1913, there was no permanent federal income tax. The U.S. government was funded primarily through tariffs, excise taxes, and other indirect forms of revenue. There were a few attempts to impose a federal income tax during the Civil War and again in the 1890s, but each time, the Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional. The founders had designed the Constitution to protect citizens from direct taxation by a centralized power, believing that income and labor were personal property. That all changed in 1913. In that single year, two major changes took place that would forever alter the foundation of America's economy. 1. The 16th Amendment was ratified, giving Congress the power to levy a federal income tax on individuals. 2. The Federal Reserve Act was passed, creating a central banking system, a private entity with the authority to issue and control the U.S. money supply. Together, these two acts effectively shifted financial power away from the people and the government, placing it instead in the hands of a small group of bankers. The Federal Reserve began printing money out of thin air, lending it to the government at interest. To pay that interest, the government began taxing the people directly through the new federal income tax system. This cycle created a perpetual debt machine. Every dollar in circulation is borrowed into existence, owed back to the Federal Reserve with interest. Over time, this has led to the devaluation of the dollar, the rise of inflation, and the eroding of the average American's purchasing power. That's why a home costs more than ever, college debt is crushing an entire generation, and the cost of living continues to rise while wages barely keep up. The system is designed to keep the nation, and its citizens, in debt. For 137 years prior, America thrived under a system built on prosperity, productivity, and real value. Since 1913, we've lived under one built on debt, inflation, and control. So yes, many would say that 1913 was the year America sold its soul. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 EBS Project Veritas broke a huge story revealing that AG Bill Barr's daughter was trying to set up and blackmail Candace Owens when she was a senior DOJ official. Mary Barr Daley also was trying to set up someone with an underage girl to blackmail him. Also, it appears they were running cover for former Baltimore candidate Kimberly Classic. If so, it explains why Classic has been on a huge rampage against Candace Owens since she questioned her campaign finance spending, calling her crazy and smearing her as insane. I don't think Americans understand how deeply corrupt our government truly is. This is just one text message. Imagine how many other people they have set up and blackmailed. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 Obama, Clinton, and everyone else involved in the Russia hoax should be charged with treason, Donald J. Trump on Telegram. The evidence is everywhere and shows that our own CIA and FBI under the command of a previous president, spied, orchestrated a plan, and attempted to frame a sitting president for treason. Obama, Clinton, Biden, Comey, Brennan, Clapper, Fauci, Gates, Soros, and the rest of the globalist deep state cabal players. On top of that, the monumental amount of election fraud, fake IDs, and ballots with foreign interference to steal an election, the shady deals, pallets of cash to foreign nations, the open, arming terrorist groups. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 Biden-Ukraine collapse files, the call that exposes everything. The shock now spreading through Washington began the moment Tulsi Gabbard released the intercepted call between Hunter Biden and Volodymyr Zelensky, with Joe Biden audible in the background. No media filters. No speculation. A recorded conversation revealing the exact corruption Trump warned about. This was not diplomacy. This was a foreign payoff dispute inside a system that operated like a criminal enterprise under the Biden orbit. Zelensky is heard demanding a $5 million refund, frustrated that promised funds were no longer flowing into Ukraine. He complains that he did not receive what he paid for. Hunter responds with a tone that exposes everything. They had a deal, they no longer have access to the money, and too many eyes are watching. It is the sound of influence peddling stripped bare. Not rumors. Not opposition talking points. A foreign leader openly discussing payments with the son of a sitting president, while the president himself sits in the room. For security reasons, Candace Owens will not be airing her show this week. This is a lot more serious than you may believe. Nothing will change until we set our differences aside and take down this cabal of tyranny and corruption together. Please keep Candace Owens and her family in your prayers. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 How America was hijacked by the Federal Reserve Act and the 16th Amendment in 1913, Gitmo TV. 5 months before his assassination, President John F. Kennedy issued this executive order that would give the American currency back to the people by printing money based on a silver standard, taking away the power of the Federal Reserve banking cartel. Many argue this is the reason that JFK was assassinated. For the first 137 years of America's history, from 1776 to 1913, there was no permanent federal income tax. The U.S. government was funded primarily through tariffs, excise taxes, and other indirect forms of revenue. There were a few attempts to impose a federal income tax during the Civil War and again in the 1890s, but each time, the Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional. The founders had designed the Constitution to protect citizens from direct taxation by a centralized power, believing that income and labor were personal property. That all changed in 1913. In that single year, two major changes took place that would forever alter the foundation of America's economy. 1. The 16th Amendment was ratified, giving Congress the power to levy a federal income tax on individuals. 2. The Federal Reserve Act was passed, creating a central banking system, a private entity with the authority to issue and control the U.S. money supply. Together, these two acts effectively shifted financial power away from the people and the government, placing it instead in the hands of a small group of bankers. The Federal Reserve began printing money out of thin air, lending it to the government at interest. To pay that interest, the government began taxing the people directly through the new federal income tax system. This cycle created a perpetual debt machine. Every dollar in circulation is borrowed into existence, owed back to the Federal Reserve with interest. Over time, this has led to the devaluation of the dollar, the rise of inflation, and the eroding of the average American's purchasing power. That's why a home costs more than ever, college debt is crushing an entire generation, and the cost of living continues to rise while wages barely keep up. The system is designed to keep the nation, and its citizens, in debt. For 137 years prior, America thrived under a system built on prosperity, productivity, and real value. Since 1913, we've lived under one built on debt, inflation, and control. So yes, many would say that 1913 was the year America sold its soul. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 Obama, Clinton, and everyone else involved in the Russia hoax should be charged with treason, Donald J. Trump on Telegram. The evidence is everywhere and shows that our own CIA and FBI under the command of a previous president, spied, orchestrated a plan, and attempted to frame a sitting president for treason. Obama, Clinton, Biden, Comey, Brennan, Clapper, Fauci, Gates, Soros, and the rest of the globalist deep state cabal players. On top of that, the monumental amount of election fraud, fake IDs, and ballots with foreign interference to steal an election, the shady deals, pallets of cash to foreign nations, the open. It has to start now. The people are willing to do their part, but the people also deserve our government to start doing theirs. Start the indictments and arrest these people for treason. Every single one of them. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 Biden-Ukraine collapse files, the call that exposes everything. The shock now spreading through Washington began the moment Tulsi Gabbard released the intercepted call between Hunter Biden and Volodymyr Zelensky, with Joe Biden audible in the background. No media filters. No speculation. A recorded conversation revealing the exact corruption Trump warned about. This was not diplomacy. This was a foreign payoff dispute inside a system that operated like a criminal enterprise under the Biden orbit. Zelensky is heard demanding a $5 million refund, frustrated that promised funds were no longer flowing into Ukraine. He complains that he did not receive what he paid for. Hunter responds with a tone that exposes everything. They had a deal, they no longer have access to the money, and too many eyes are watching. It is the sound of influence peddling stripped bare. Not rumors. Not opposition talking points. A foreign leader openly discussing payments with the son of a sitting president, while the president himself sits in the room. Gabbard wasted no time. She declassified the transcript and released it directly to the public, refusing to let bureaucracy bury the truth. Under Trump's renewed leadership, the shields protecting political families have collapsed. This leak confirms what many suspected for years: the Biden dynasty ran an international influence network hidden behind foreign aid, private deals, and backroom arrangements. The arrogance in the call, the casual phrasing, the absence of fear show how long they believed themselves untouchable. The fallout will be seismic. Criminal investigations will intensify. Subpoenas and indictments will follow. The narrative the establishment protected for years has shattered. What Gabbard revealed is not just misconduct. It is a blueprint of betrayal that reaches into the highest levels of the previous administration. The age of elites hiding behind power is ending. The reckoning has begun. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025, you're not ready for this. This is the big picture and the answer you've been looking for, Donald Trump on Telegram. I can't believe Candace Owens is covering the intelligence angle and operations taking place in our society because it has entered her radar and has intersected and is connected to the Calvary churches and the Charlie Kirk assassination investigation. From the CIA, Mossad, the global elite, Rob McCoy, Charlie Kirk, Britney Spears, Michael Jackson, Courtney Love, the Kardashians, Justin Bieber, Kanye West, Lou Taylor, Charles Manson, etc. This is how it all works. This is an intelligence infiltration operation and MKUltra programming to control the masses and individuals, to manipulate and steer the public and to take over businesses. This is the big picture. This is the global control operation. This is how it works, and it has been going on for decades. This is Hollywood, politics, sports, medicine, banking, the tech field, etc. This is how they infiltrate, they control, and how they take you out. It's all connected. Q was created long ago on April 1, 1860 when 20 generals placed Abraham Lincoln into office to fight the Khazarian mafia who created the slave trade and owned 99% of the U.S. slaves. Today this battle is coming to an end. Trump, QEBS, the military green light has been activated. Pray, FBI Director Kash Patel 11:30 a.m. EST 2s. 25th of November 2025 at 1800 hours 2s. November 25, 2025 the 17th letter gave the green light for the 8-tone EBS test burst. You will hear it. You will know. We are not on the offensive anymore. We are the apocalypse. Hold the line. JFK Jr. 17. No ATMs and phones. Only working for 911 calls. This is the global martial law we've been talking about, and it comes with a 10-day communication blackout. But here's the kicker. The emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide. Non-stop, 24/7, 8-hour documentaries. Exposing the darkest secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests, will play 3 times a day. When those 8 emergency broadcast activation tones hit, the following will play in unbreakable sequence, the unedited Zapruder film in 8K. Based on 500,000 sealed indictments. This is the moment we've been fighting for. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, and commerce. Gone. A new age is coming. Global Currency Reset 17 servers in a facility outside Bluffdale, Utah finish their wipe cycles on 2s. November 25, 2025 at 2:11 EST. The deletion was silent, automatic, irreversible. What vanished was never the evidence, it was the evidence that evidence ever existed. By sunrise Wednesday 26th of November, 2025 the archives will show only blue sky where mountains of treason once stood. On 2s. November 25, 2025 between 4:22 and 4:27 EST the Federal Reserve Master Ledger executed a transaction that has no name in any public protocol. The entire debt column. Every mortgage, every student loan, every derivative chain stretching back to Bretton Woods, simply read 0 and then vanished from the record as if it never existed. No audit trail. No reversal flag. Just absence. In the silence that followed, select civilian devices began receiving a plain text message consisting of a single 10-digit number and the words Gate 34, come now. The numbers do not correspond to any known address on Earth. Those who have entered them into mapping software report the pin drops in the middle of empty fields. Abandoned warehouses, or beneath overpasses that were not there yesterday. On 2s. November 25, 2025 at 4:41 EST, Knights Hospitaller White Hat factions inside the Vatican Bank triggered the ISO 20022 kill switch on 117 deep state slush fund wallets. The QFS executed a forced 0 balance sweep on every Rothschild, Rockefeller, and BlackRock subsidiary account. Trillions vanished in 0.7 seconds. On 2s. November 25, 2025 at 21:07 Zulu, Yellow Dragon Family Guardians and U.S. Army Cyber White Hats executed the irreversible ISO 20022 master key turnover. Every central bank on Earth just received the 72-hour liquidation notice. After that, only QFS-backed institutions breathed. The RV/GCR was activated, with private group redemption processing at 41,000 appointments per hour worldwide. Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group. Notification poised for imminent release. Launch dates as early as this week, Colombia, USA, and Brazil leading the charge. Banks fully integrated into the quantum financial system, QFS, impervious to cabal sabotage. Debt forgiveness blankets the earth, mortgages, student loans. IRS illusions erased as affirmed in the Cromar victory against Goliath, where federal courts affirm zero obligation to the corrupt system. On 2s. November 25, 2025 at 1400 hours EST, continuity of government was quietly transferred to the Restored Republic Command Authority under Cheyenne Mountain at 1400 hours Zulu. The 2020 footage, every frame, every server, every Dominion algorithm flip, is in the hands of the 17th letter team. Release window, inside 72 hours. As of Monday, November 24, 2025 the Cabal had 100 hours left to surrender before the full declassed tsunami. On Monday, November 24, 2025, constitutional sheriffs working in direct liaison with defected Iranian Revolutionary Guard cyber units and a Pleiadian fleet liaison embedded at Pine Gap executed Operation Thanksgiving Reclamation. 3 DUMs under the Denver International Airport complex were collapsed in a synchronized resonance pulse. On Tuesday, 25th of November at 6:03 Space Force Squadron 777 Gamma down 2 Project Bluebeam 2.0 holoprojector satellites over the southern Indian Ocean. The fake Messiah hologram that was scheduled to appear above Jerusalem at dawn on the 27th is now space junk. The false rapture beams are blind. The fake asteroid 2025X PSYOP that was supposed to justify martial law on December 2 has been physically diverted by Andromeda Council interceptors. It's never coming. The fake cyber Pandora attack scheduled for Black Friday has been neutered at the root switch in Reykjavik. 3 DUMs under the Denver International Airport complex were collapsed in a synchronized resonance pulse. The tunnels are gone. Guardians never saw the quantum cavitation charges coming. On Tuesday, November 25, 2025 at 6:03 Space Force Squadron 777 Gamma down 2 Project Bluebeam 2.0 holoprojector satellites over the southern Indian Ocean. Coordinates 42 degrees and 30 minutes south, 78 degrees and 15 minutes east. The fake Messiah hologram that was scheduled to appear above Jerusalem at dawn on the 27th is now space junk. The false rapture beams are blind. On Tuesday, November 25, 2025 at 16:02 Zulu, a joint task force of U.S. Navy SEALs and defected French DGSE Legionnaires breached the ancient African Stargate complex beneath the Adams Calendar site in Mpumalanga, South Africa, coordinates 25 degrees 3740 S 30 degrees 3830 E. The Anunnaki resonance portal that was scheduled to open for the fake alien invasion on December 1 has been collapsed with a 40-kiloton-shaped tachyon charge. The Greys on the other side are screaming into the void. They just tried to trigger the fake zombie virus release from the secret Level 7 lab under Porton Down. British SAS White Hat Squadron torched the entire facility at 16:19 Zulu. Nothing but glowing glass left. On Tuesday, November 25, 2025 at 21:07 Zulu, Space Force orbital lances vaporized the final 3 Deep State Voice of God PSYOP transmitters hidden inside the old Harper A in Tromsø, Norway. The fake Carrington-level solar flare narrative they were going to use to justify global martial law is now nothing but ionized plasma. A. What we think we know as of Wednesday 26 of November, 2025:2. November 25, 2025 breaking. President Trump calls for the Democrat members of Congress who told service members to disobey orders be jailed immediately. It was sedition at the highest level, and sedition is a major crime. There can be no other interpretation of what they said. Tuesday, November 25, 2025 Muslim Brotherhood head says they hope to have 50 members of Congress in the next 6 years. He suggests that's how they dismantle America. President Trump is calling on Congress to designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist group. Tuesday, November 25, 2025 Falcon Trucking School specializes in helping foreigners get their CDLs. Get your CDL in 2 weeks or faster. Not to mention almost every last person. The Restored Republic is you. Tuesday, November 25, 2025 JFK Jr. plane crash. Since July 16, 1999 JFK Jr.'s plane crash 132. No coincidences equals 132 clue after clue equals 132 JFK Jr. is alive equals 132 Get ready for the ride of your life. Be grateful for your VIP seat to the greatest show on earth. WWG1 Get to the finish line! Tuesday, November 25, 2025 Allegedly, $5 million in cash was found in the home of a Ukrainian politician. The war in Ukraine is a massive money laundering scheme. Let that sink in. Monday, November 24, 2025, John B. Leith claimed Admiral Byrd didn't just fly over Antarctica. He entered inner Earth. Tuesday, November 25, 2025, Bill and Hillary Clinton are officially scheduled to testify about Jeffrey Epstein in December. Bill Clinton, December 17, Hillary Clinton, December 18. If they do not show up for their in-person depositions, a warrant will be issued for their arrest. No more games, the people demand accountability. November 25, 2025, Trump forced the truth into the spotlight in Minnesota. John Justice, if it hadn't been for Trump saying he'd revoke temporary protection status for Somali, the media would have ignored this reporting. Now the fraud is front and center, and it's time for Governor Walz to resign. B. Ebsmer. Pool, it's happening now. The EBS sequence has started. The signals are live, and the first feeds have already switched to military control. Everything we've waited for is unfolding in real time. Enter now. What you're about to see will never air again. C. 2s. November 25, 2025. Gitmo TV on Telegram. U.S. military alert, all military forces worldwide are preparing to suspend all media, internet, phone, and TV services. During this time, no internet, no ATMs, and phones. Only working for 911 calls. This is the global martial law we've been talking about, and it comes with a 10-day communication blackout. But here's the kicker, the emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide. Non-stop, 24/7. 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests, will play 3 times a day. The military is taking down cabal-controlled governments worldwide, executing mass arrests based on 500,000 sealed indictments. This is the moment we've been fighting for. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems off government, education, finance, health, and commerce. Gone. A new age is coming. D. Donald J. Trump transmission on 2s. November 25, 2025, 10:45 a.m. Final whisper. Source went dark 41 minutes ago. He was the last man alive who personally carried the Palm Vault Sub-4 key from Langley. The briefcase he left behind contained only one sheet, a single page of appointments dated 27th of November. Signed and read by a hand no one has seen since 2016. The names on that page are already in motion, most of them do not yet know they have been recalled to service. 17 servers in a facility outside Bluffdale, Judy Note, the supercomputer in Bluffdale, Utah, finished their wipe cycles at 2:11 EST. The deletion was silent, automatic, irreversible. What vanished was never the evidence, it was the evidence that evidence ever existed. By sunrise tomorrow, Wednesday 26th of November, 2025, the archives will show only blue sky where mountains of treason once stood. The window is now 11 minutes. After that, certain phones will ring once and display no caller ID. The people who answer will never be heard from again in their old lives. The old world ended at 2:11. Checkmate was played 3 moves ago. Donald J. Trump transmission on Monday, November 24, 2025. Between 4:22 and 4:27 EST, the Federal Reserve Master Ledger executed a transaction that has no name in any public protocol. The entire debt column, every mortgage, every student loan, every derivative chain stretching back to Bretton Woods, simply read 0 and then vanished from the record as if it never existed. No audit trail. No reversal flag. Just absence. In the silence that followed, select civilian devices began receiving a plain text message consisting of a single 10-digit number and the words Gate 34, come now. The numbers do not correspond to any known address on Earth. Those who have entered them into mapping software report the pin drops in the middle of empty fields, abandoned warehouses, or beneath overpasses that were not there yesterday. The appointment windows are measured in minutes, not days. Checkmate was played 3 moves ago. F2s. November 25, 2025. As twilight gathers and the faithful retire in prayer, behold the accelerating tide of restoration, the global currency reset, GCR, hurdles toward activation, with Tier 4B notifications poised for imminent release. Hottest intelligence from quantum-secured channels points to launch dates as early as this week, Colombia, USA, and Brazil leading the charge, banks fully integrated into the quantum financial system, QFS, impervious to cabal sabotage. Redemption centers hum with readiness. Toll-free lines lighting up for those anointed to step into abundance. The revaluation, RV, of currencies unleashes a torrent of blessings, backed by gold and silver under the Gold Standard Restoration Act, shattering the fiat chains of debt slavery forever. Payouts cascade like manna from above, with structured flows ensuring wise stewardship of the wealth transfer ordained for the remnant. In this evening of promise, as Nizara/Jazara's full glory manifests, prosperity packages distributed, humanitarian projects ignited, rejoice in the Creator's provision. The journey to the new world beckons, passports in hand, we cross into eras of peace and plenty, the cabal's empire reduced to dust. G2's November 25, 2025 bombshell report. Judy Byington, green light, on. EBS, activated. Power equals on. Stay vigilant. We have power now, Judy Byington Q on Telegram. I have nothing to do with information posted here, but believe it is accurate. United we stand, divine guidance descends. As the veil thins and forces of light prevail, urgent intelligence confirms the green light is fully illuminated. Emergency Broadcast Systems, EBS, stand activated across global networks, with power grids secured under White Hat Command. This is no drill, stay vigilant for the storm to expose the cabal's deepest sins. Military operations dismantle the shadows that have ensnared our world. Reports from trusted sources reveal mass arrests escalating in the dead of night, indictments unsealed against the architects of treachery. Obama, Clinton, and their illicit networks face imminent capture. Their reign of deception crumbling. Child rescues accelerate as white hats liberate thousands from the cabal's underground layers beneath Capitol Hill, the Vatican and China's vast tunnel systems. These innocent souls, stolen for unspeakable rituals, emerge into freedom. The 10 days of darkness looms on the horizon, a pause where screens go black and truth floods in via Starlink and secure channels. Trump with Modi, bin Salman, and Xi, unite to purge CIA and globalist holdouts, ensuring no stone is left unturned in this holy reckoning. In this pivotal hour, as EBS sirens prepare to awaken the slumbering masses, hold fast to faith, the Creator's hand guides every step toward liberation. The power is ours now, patriots in motion, the dawn of triumph breaks. What unfolds in the coming days will confound the wicked and exalt the faithful. Monday, November 24, 2025 dispatch from undisclosed location, midday shockwave. John F. Kennedy Jr. It's 11:59 EST and the enemy just played their panic card. At 14:27 Zulu the remnants of the deep state fed straight back into the 13 bloodline master servers in Brussels, Frankfurt, and the City of London. Those servers now show zero balances in real time. The Great Awakening just went financial. In the Indian Ocean, 3 rogue Los Angeles-class submarines carrying cloned Macron. They just ordered the fake Nibiru passage hologram sequence to begin over the Pacific in the next 44 hours. Andromeda Council battle cruisers already parked in high orbit and neutralized every single ground-based projector from Diego Garcia to Pine Gap. Nothing but static will appear in the sky. Nizara/Jazara Jubilee packets just auto-executed across 209 nations. The 2020 footage mirror swarm is now in 91 countries and climbing. We are inside their OODA loop. They are blind. We are not. The military is the only way. JFK Jr. 17. Global Currency Reset. 2's. November 25, 2025, Global Currency Reset on steroids just got an executive order. Trump's Genesis mission EO signed 24 hours ago, officially ties his 2018 to 2019 quantum system, and that means the long-awaited revaluation of currencies is now on the fast track. The moment quantum flips on, Genesis equals unhackable. Gold-backed instant settlements rails built by Doe Labs plus Nvidia plus Oracle. Currencies worldwide about to be repegged to real assets, inflation crushed, fair value restored overnight. No more fiat tricks, just transparent, quantum secure money for everyone. The GCR isn't coming. It just got signed by the president. We're so back, friends, at Dar Capital. Monday, November 24, 2025 Currency and Wealth Transfer Update on Saturday 22, 2025 The SWIFT system expired, unlocking the new gold-backed quantum financial system 3 quintillion in rainbow currencies through the Yellow Dragon family's ISO 20022 tokens. Iraqi dinar now revalues at contract rates, ZIM at 1-to-1 parity, and VND under the BRICS gold standard, as prosperity packages totaling over $150 trillion begin depositing into QFS accounts. Monday, November 24, 2025 midnight Nizara/Jazara's signature blocks sealed, enforcing a global debt jubilee that erases mortgages, loans, and IRS burdens. 2's. November 25, 2025 Tier 4B notifications deployed. Wednesday 26 November 2025 exchange appointments begin. Thursday, November 27, 2025 Thanksgiving Project Redemption soft launches. Thursday, December 4, 2025. 7-second biometric scans grant you access to your wallet on the new financial system. Wednesday, 10th of December, 2025. BRICS unified gold currency solidifies under Jazara, pegging all to tangible assets by January 2026. Winter solstice Monday, December 22, 2025. The final bloodlines of tyranny dissolve. By December end, the Federal Reserve servers lie dormant. Legacy banks face obsolescence and $1 trillion infusion from Saudi Arabia channels go directly into QFS sectors for AI and quantum prosperity. The Global Currency Reset, GCR, hurdles toward activation, with Tier 4B notifications poised for imminent release. Hottest intelligence from quantum-secured channels points to launch dates as early as this week. Colombia, USA, and Brazil leading the charge, banks fully integrated into the quantum financial system, QFS, impervious to cabal sabotage. Redemption centers hum with readiness, toll-free lines lighting up for those anointed to step into abundance. The revaluation, RV, of currencies unleashes a torrent of blessings, backed by gold and silver under the Gold Standard Restoration Act, shattering the fiat chains of debt slavery forever. Payouts cascade like manna from above, with structured flows ensuring wise stewardship of the wealth transfer ordained for the remnant. Debt forgiveness blankets the earth, mortgages, student loans. Global operational status under the quantum financial system, QFS. This historic milestone marks a new era of financial integrity, transparency, and prosperity across 200-plus nations. President Donald J. Trump has given his full endorsement, reaffirming his commitment to empower the people and restore economic fairness worldwide. For verification and further assistance, please contact your assigned Nizara/Jazara agent for secure activation guidance. Nizara Jizaram. 2s. November 25, 2025. Emergency intel drop. 213 bankers arrested. Libra malware exposed as elite DNA cloning weapon to steal QFS and block Jazara. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Patriots, the deep state's fiat empire is collapsing in real time. They stole trillions, crushed wages, and weaponized every crisis to keep us enslaved. But the quantum financial system, QFS, is now live, gold-backed, seizure-proof, and ready to return what's ours. October 26, 2025, White Hats executed silent military raids across Geneva, Frankfurt, Brussels, Dubai, and the Caymans. 213 high-level bankers were dragged out in cuffs, the same scum who built fake QFS mirrors to hijack our wealth. Key arrests, Jean-Pierre Lemoyne, Geneva, caught mid-transfer of billions meant for us. Marieke van Hoof, Brussels, quantum identity thief running NATO black sites are bridging old system to fake QFS. Raiders seized hard drives loaded with Libra malware, satanic code created by AXA, IMF, Clinton Foundation, and Vatican banks to clone your DNA signature, impersonate you in the QFS, and reroute Jazara funds to elite bunkers. One EMP trigger in El Paso was 12 minutes from wiping civilian nodes. Neutralized SWIFT is crashing. BIS locked out. Central banks blind. The recession is cover for our data extraction. Legacy grids going dark forever. QFS hubs are fully operational. Fort Worth, Texas, Stuttgart, Germany. Dubai, now ours. Iowa Quantum Hub, Jazara drops incoming from Cheyenne Mountain. President Trump and General Smith oversee the largest wealth transfer in history. $1.2 trillion already seized from cabal accounts and queued for direct restitution into activated quantum accounts. Tier 2 onboarding is rolling out now across U.S. regions. The Vatican's fake Q ledger forks are being burned, node by node. This is it, warriors. The storm has arrived. They tried to stop Jazara with DNA cloning malware and they failed. Trump is back. The Republic is being restored. Justice is here. Activate your quantum signature. Lock in your birthright wealth. The Great Awakening is unstoppable. WWG1. Victory is ours. N2s. November 25, 2025. New update. Trump's $2,000 tariff dividend advances. Social Security lands, who gets paid and when? MAGA King on Telegram. President Donald J. Trump is unleashing a full-scale financial offensive against the corrupt Washington elite, and it's hitting them where it hurts most. With Social Security payments landing on time this November 19, millions of patriots are breathing easier amid skyrocketing inflation engineered by the deep state. But the real storm is brewing. Trump's $2,000 tariff dividend, a roaring strike that funnels over $450 billion in tariff revenues from foreign invaders straight back into the pockets of hard-working Americans. No more feeding the swamp. This is America First payback, enforced with unyielding strength. Forget the fake news smears calling this fringe. Treasury officials are crunching the numbers right now, modeling massive payouts. While Congress cowers under a flood of calls from furious constituents, financial giants are sweating as economists confirm, this beast is funded without touching the deficit. The media, those lying puppets, flipped from mockery to panic, begging how soon? Because they know the tide has turned. Trump's not asking permission, he's demanding justice. Congress under siege, holiday recess or total surrender. The clock's ticking toward holiday recess. Low and middle-income families fighting daily to survive the deep state's war on the working class. Seniors, vets, blue-collar heroes, you're first in line for this economic nuke. Trump's blueprint isn't welfare, it's a reset button on decades of betrayal, slamming the door on endless foreign aid while rewarding the loyal. Supreme Court showdown, unlocking the floodgates. Insiders whisper, the Supreme Court's tariff authority review could hand Trump total executive power. One favorable ruling, and it's game over. For obstructionists, the dividend becomes ironclad law, bypassing the do-nothing Congress. The deep state trembles. Patriots, this is our moment. The stolen election fraud, the border invasion, the endless wars, Trump's turning their weapons against them. Gear up, warriors, the revolution ignites. Update your My Social Security account now. Hammer your reps with calls, demand the timeline. Track every move. But don't stop there, spread the fire. Share this with every red-pilled fighter you know. Trump's not just proposing, he's declaring war on the cabal, and with your roar, we'll bury them by the 2026 midterms. We're gonna be doing a dividend to the people, low and middle income people of at least $2,000. In addition to that, we'll be paying down debt substantially, President Donald J. Trump. The countdown roars. The elite panic. America awakens. The storm is here, and Trump is our thunder. Who's with him? Flood the lines. Oh, restored Republic 1. 2s. November 25, 2025 update dispatch from undisclosed location, John F. Kennedy Jr. Patriots, it's me. Still breathing. Still fighting. Still finishing what my father started the day they stole this republic in a Dallas motorcade. 24 hours ago, at 2:17 EST, original constitutional sheriffs working in direct liaison with defected Iranian Revolutionary Guard cyber units and a Pleiadian fleet liaison embedded at Pine Gap executed Operation Thanksgiving Reclamation. 3 dumbs under. The Denver International Airport complex were collapsed in a synchronized resonance pulse. The tunnels are gone. The adrenochrome harvesting labs are slag. The hybrid Chimera Guardians never saw the quantum cavitation charges coming. At 4:41 EST, Knights Hospitaller. White hat factions inside the Vatican Bank triggered the ISO 20022 kill switch on 117 deep state slush fund wallets. Over 4.7 quadrillion in counterfeit bearer bonds just turned to digital ash. The QFS backbone lit up green across every node. The RV/GCR is no longer imminent. It's locked, loaded, and propagating through the Stellarator gateways as I speak. 06:03 EST, Space Force Squadron 777 Gamma Down 2 Project Bluebeam 2.0 holoprojector satellites over the southern Indian Ocean. Coordinates 42 degrees and 30 minutes south, 78 degrees and 15 minutes east. The fake Messiah hologram that was scheduled to appear above Jerusalem at dawn on the 27th is now space junk. The false rapture beams are blind. 08:30 EST and pushed to 42 safe zone distribution centers across the restored republic. First wave recipients go live in 36 hours. No more waiting. 11:12 EST, Gitmo received 3 high-value transfers from a black site beneath Geneva. The real Epstein client list, unredacted, with video appendices of the satanic cabal rituals on Little St. James, is being prepped for global EBS drop. You will see every name. You will see every face. You will see what they did to the children. 14:00 EST, continuity of government was quietly transferred to the Restored Republic Command Authority under Cheyenne Mountain at 1400 hours Zulu. The 2020 footage, every frame, every server, every Dominion algorithm flip, is in the hands of the 17th letter team. Release window, inside 72 hours. The fake asteroid 2025X PSYOP that was supposed to justify martial law on December 2nd has been physically diverted by Andromeda Council interceptors. It's never coming. The fake Cyber Pandora attack scheduled for Black Friday has been neutered at the root switch in Reykjavik. They have 100 hours left to surrender before the Foldy-class tsunami hits every screen on Earth. 100 hours until Nizar/Jazar is announced by the emergency broadcast system with the 8-tone activation sequence you've all memorized. This is not a drill. This is not cope. This is the storm breaking wide open. My father began this. I'm here to finish it. Dark to light. God wins. John 2:2. November 25, 2025, 6:21 a.m. Dispatch from undisclosed location, John Kennedy Jr. Patriots, it's me. Still breathing. Still fighting. Still finishing what my father started the day they stole this republic in a Dallas motorcade. 24 hours ago, at 2:17 EST, original constitutional sheriffs working in direct liaison with defected Iranian Revolutionary Guard cyber units and a Pleiadian fleet liaison embedded at Pine Gap executed Operation Thanksgiving Reclamation. 3 domes under the Denver International Airport complex were collapsed in a synchronized resonance pulse. The tunnels are gone. The adrenochrome harvesting labs are slag. The hybrid Chimera Guardians never saw the quantum cavitation charges coming. At 4:41 EST, Knights Hospitaller White Hat factions inside the Vatican Bank triggered the ISO 20022 kill switch on 117 deep state slush fund wallets. Over 4.7 quadrillion in counterfeit bearer bonds just turned to digital ash. The QFS backbone lit up green across every node. The RV/GCR is no longer imminent, it's locked, loaded, and propagating through the Stellarator gateways as I speak. 06:03 EST, Space Force Squadron 777. Gamma Down 2 Project Bluebeam 2.0 holoprojector satellites over the southern Indian Ocean. Coordinates 42 degrees and 30 minutes south, 78 degrees and 15 minutes east. The fake Messiah hologram that was scheduled to appear above Jerusalem at dawn on the 27th is now space junk. The false rapture beams are blind. 8:30 EST, Medbed activation codes were quantum entangled and pushed to 42 safe zone distribution centers across the restored republic. First wave recipients go live in 36 hours. No more waiting. 11:12 EST, Gitmo received 3 high-value transfers from a black site beneath Geneva. The real Epstein client list, unredacted, with video appendices of the satanic cabal rituals on Little St. James, is being prepped for global EBS drop. You will see every name. You will see every face. You will see what they did to the children. 1400 hours EST, continuity of government was quietly transferred to the Restored Republic Command Authority under Cheyenne Mountain at 1400 hours Zulu. The 2020 footage, every frame, every server, every Dominion algorithm flip, is in the hands of the 17th letter team. Release window, inside 72 hours. The fake asteroid 2025X PSYOP that was supposed to justify martial law on December 2nd has been physically diverted by Andromeda Council interceptors. It's never coming. The fake Cyber Pandora attack scheduled for Black Friday has been neutered at the root switch in Reykjavik. They have 100 hours left to surrender before the Foldy-class tsunami hits every screen on Earth. 100 hours until Nizar/Jazar is announced by the emergency broadcast system with the 8-tone activation sequence you've all memorized. This is not a drill. This is not cope. This is the storm breaking wide open. My father began this. I'm here to finish it. Dark to light. God wins. John 3:2. 25 November 10:30 a.m. EST midday shockwave dispatch from undisclosed location. It's 11:59 EST and the cabal just lit their own funeral pyre. At 15:44 Zulu, the last functioning deep state body double of Justin Trudeau attempted a live television address from an Ottawa bunker. Mid-sentence the clone's left eye liquefied on camera and the skin split down the cheek. Canadian Armed Forces White Hats cut the feed and took the creature into custody. The real Trudeau has been in Gitmo since February 2023. The mask is off, literally. At 16:02 Zulu, a joint task force of U.S. Navy SEALs and defected French DGSE legionnaires breached the ancient African Stargate complex beneath the Adams Calendar site in Mpumalanga, South Africa, coordinates 25 degrees 3740 S 30 degrees 3830 E. The Anunnaki resonance portal that was scheduled to open for the fake alien invasion on December 1st has been collapsed with a 40-kiloton-shaped tachyon charge. The Greys on the other side are screaming into the void. The QFS just executed a forced zero balance sweep on every Rothschild, Rockefeller, and BlackRock subsidiary account. Trillions vanished in 0.7 seconds. The RV/GCR private group redemptions are now processing at 41,000 appointments per hour worldwide. They just tried to trigger from the secret Level 7 lab under Porton Down. British SAS White Hat Squadron torched the entire facility at 1619 Zulu. Nothing but glowing glass left. The 17th letter just gave the green light for the 8-tone EBS test burst at 1800 hours EST today. You will hear it. You will know. We are not on the offensive anymore. We are the apocalypse. Hold the line. JFK Jr. 174. 2s. November 25, 2025 2:40 p.m. EST dispatch from undisclosed location. Dusk takedown, John F. Kennedy Jr. 18:00 EST sharp. The sky's on fire with justice. At 2107 Zulu, Space Force orbital lances vaporize the final 3 Deep State Voice of God PSYOP transmitters hidden inside the old Harper A in Tromsø, Norway. The fake Carrington-level solar flare narrative they were going to use to justify global martial law is now nothing but ionized plasma. At the same minute, Yellow Dragon family guardians and U.S. Army cyber white hats executed the irreversible ISO 20022 master key turnover. Every central bank on Earth just received. JFK Jr. 175. 2s. November 25, 2025 6:35 p.m. dispatch from undisclosed location. Midnight blackout, John F. Kennedy Jr. Midnight. The old world just took its last breath. 17 minutes ago the Restored Republic Command Authority issued the final, non-negotiable 48-hour ultimatum to every remaining deep state fugitive still hiding in bunkers, islands, or cloned bodies: surrender or be erased when the global EBS goes hot at 0 o'clock Zulu on the 27th. When those 8 emergency broadcast activation tones hit, the following will play in unbreakable sequence: the unedited Zapruder film in 8K, the unedited 2020 election theft footage, live feeds from current Gitmo tribunals, the full Nizara/Jazara proclamation. Is ash and memory. This is the moment my father prayed for on his knees in the White House residence. We never sleep. We only win. Dark to light. Nothing can stop what is coming. Nothing. Lock your doors. Charge your phones. Kiss your children. This is 1776 worldwide. It's time. God wins. JFK Jr. 17p. The real news as of Wednesday 26th of November. 2025:2s. November 25, 2025 alert. Ukraine has accepted the terms of a peace deal brokered by the United States. Trump voice on Telegram 2s. November 25, 2025 Representative Tim Burchett, I'm not suicidal. He says Elon Musk told them that virtually all the money going through NGOs in Afghanistan, for example, the paper trail leads back to Washington, into Democrat coffers. Burchett suspects some Republicans get a piece too. He goes on to allude to the Biden admin selling access to presidential pardons. 2s. November 25, 2025 alert. Massive U.S. task force under Operation Southern Spear is just off the coast of Venezuela with forces stationed on several warships and occupying the islands of Trinidad and Tobago, just miles from Venezuela. U.S. forces are on full alert. Ready for battle. Our deportation operations are at a record high. 2s. November 25, 2025, martial law alert. Mark Kelly busted urging troops to betray Trump. Court-martial triggered as military activates elite arrest list and prepares to round up traitors inside Congress. 2s. November 25, 2025 O'Keefe, investigative reporter, Politico, newly surfaced intel claims CIA Director Mike Pompeo secretly opened a back room at Langley for Adam Schiff, giving him direct access to raw intelligence logs and classified communications to weaponize against President Trump. According to handwritten Brannon notes, later declassified by DNI John Ratcliffe in 2020, evidence outlining Obama's treason-level actions was kept hidden from the American people. If this is true, it's one of the most outrageous abuses of power in modern U.S. history. 2s. November 25, 2025 The Internal Revenue Service has confirmed that Gavin Newsom is running a criminal enterprise. Spencer Pratt met with criminal investigators at IRS $800 million given as aid for the Pacific Palisades and Los Angeles fire victims never reached the victims. Not a single dollar while Governor Gavin Newsom has his Section 8 secured through theft. Do we have a U.S. Attorney General? Emergency broadcast channel on Telegram 2's. November 25, 2025 Fox News, Sheila Shrefilis McCormick is facing 53 years in prison for using $5 million in FEMA money on herself. Pam Bondi says no one's above the law, and we will see justice served in this case. Rep. Greg Stubbs says he will file motion to censure and expel her from Congress. 2's. November 25, 2025 Glenn Beck to RFK Jr., where do you stand on the WEF? RFK Jr., we shouldn't be paying any attention to it. It's a billionaire's boys club that's arranging for the world to shift wealth upward, and to clamp down totalitarian controls on everybody else. It's astonishing to me that these people go to Davos in their private jets, and they're able to tell these world leaders how. My God. 2's. November 25, 2025 Q. The Storm Rider, don't let them fool you. It's a scam to enslave us. China's smart cities are a blueprint for what unelected supranational technocrats plan to roll out. In the West, the goal is to have complete coverage in all major public places. China's state media boasts that police can identify every single person on the street in just 1 second. Some people will say it's more safe, but safe from what? From the conditions created by the same government that wants to implement digital ID. Q. 2's. November 25, 2025 For many years, the world believed I was gone. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram stepped into the shadows for a reason. I had to disappear so I could see clearly who was pulling the strings. I watched quietly as they tried to bury the truth. I am the voice behind the 17th letter. I am the one they called Q not because I wanted a title, but because the people needed a signal in the dark. The time is coming when I will return to the light. I will speak the truth openly, about who tried to silence me, about the hands that reached into every corner of power, about the betrayal that forced me into the shadows. I did not survive to stay silent. I survived to remind the people that the truth always finds a way back. Underground dump tunnels throughout the world, eventually to a 1,500-mile-long tunnel that runs between the Vatican and Jerusalem. Monday, November 24, 2025 Nigeria, a Christian group has announced that at least 50 of the more than 300 kids kidnapped from their Catholic school. 2's. November 25, 2025 Mega election fraud exclusive, Joe Rogan. President Trump's Election Integrity Task Force has conclusive proof that the Democrat Party/CIA, working with Communist China and Venezuela, have been stealing U.S. elections for decades. In a powerful report, highly decorated former CIA Section Chief Gary Bernson meticulously details how this international criminal cartel has operated in the shadows for decades to successfully launch coup after coup against the American public. 2's. November 25, 2025, California Sheriff and gubernatorial candidate Chad Bianco says Democrats have rigged the state's elections. It's completely rigged. Our election process has been rigged to keep the Democrat Party in power honestly since the 60s. And every 20 years people get so fed up with it they elect a Republican governor, and that's where we are right now. This gerrymandering of this election to keep them in power, it made no sense. I think it's going to backfire on what they did here, because it's one more nail in the coffin of, we're tired of being lied to. W. Muslim Islamification takeover of America. 2's. November 25, 2025 Muslim Brotherhood head says they hope to have 50 members of Congress in the next 6 years. He suggests that's how they dismantle America. 2's. November 25, 2025 Falcon Trucking School specializes in helping foreigners get their CDLs. Get your CDL in 2 weeks or faster. Not to mention almost every last person he records doesn't know English. These kinds of operations need to be shut down immediately. 2's. November 25, 2025 Global warning, President Trump said that final documents are being drawn to designate the Muslim Brotherhood a terrorist organization after several groups have stepped up warnings that the Islamist group is gaining a foothold in the U.S. 2's. November 25, 2025 Breaking, Jake Lang files $200 million federal hate crime lawsuit against the Muslim-dominated Dearborn Police Department, Council and Mayor Hamoud. Lang was assaulted while marching against Islam in America, and police did nothing. They refused to act not only on that assault, but other acts of intimidation and threats to Lang and other Christians in the area. The suit is listed as a civil rights complaint, including violations of the First, 14th Amendment, failure to protect, selective enforcement and more. After the march, Lang and others went to the city council meeting and railed against the Islamification of America. Get the F out. America first, Christ is King. 2s. November 25, 2025 President Donald J. Trump just signed an executive order directing Secretary Rubio and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent to begin the process of designating certain chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood as foreign terrorist organizations and specially designated global terrorists. This order sets in motion a process by which certain chapters or other subdivisions of the Muslim Brotherhood shall be considered for designation as foreign terrorist organizations, consistent with Section 219 of the INA, 8 U.S.C. 1189, and specially designated global terrorists, consistent with EAPA, 50 U.S.C. 1702, and Executive Order 13224 of September 23, 2001. Blocking property and prohibiting transactions with persons who commit, threaten to commit, or support terrorism, as amended. This is your final chance before the blackout. Join all three before they're gone in the next 24 hours. 2s. 25th of November Jim Caviezel just dropped a nuclear truth bomb. EBS on Telegram actor Jim Caviezel has again said the quiet part out loud, and this time he laid out the darkest allegations yet. According to Caviezel, adrenochrome is a real chemical compound, listed under NIH. He claims it is 10x more potent than heroin and used by elites. He says the demand is so organized that it cannot exist without intelligence agency involvement. He alleges there are multiple Epstein-style islands, not just one, and that some networks tied to trafficking.
Is the speech made by King Charles at the Canadian Parliament on May 27th. Now, I've been in touch with MI6 and British intelligence, and this speech was read by an avatar of King Charles, but it represents the thinking of the British, Canadian, Anglo-Saxon establishment. And there were some very interesting things in the speech. First of all, it talks about the fact that Canada is on unceded Algonquin land, which means, according to international law, it's terra nullius. He's admitting that Canada can be dissolved. So here we have a clear sign that some sort of merger with the United States is going to take place, but it's not going to be Canada becoming the 51st state. This is not going to happen because it's the United States that's bankrupt, and that whole thing needs to be shut down, and we need to rebuild an entirely new structure from scratch. But that's the big takeaway I have from that. Now, there's a couple other things I noticed. They were talking about a coalition of the willing in the speech. So again, it's a sign that they're willing to work with the Russians, the Chinese, and the rest of the world to create a new international structure. So that's a very big sign as well. And it's interesting that what they didn't mention, for example, they did not mention Ukraine, and they did not mention global warming. So this does represent a fundamental shift. However, there are a lot of people in the Canadian establishment, especially the political establishment, who are very scared because what we're witnessing is a fundamental change in who is running the planet. Now, I know there's a lot of skepticism about Mark Carney being a globalist, and maybe they've got some kind of blackmail material on him. I don't know, but I do know that they did not consult British Prime Minister Keir Starmer about what the speech would contain. Instead, they talked to Nigel Farage of the Reform Party. So again, this shows that at the highest levels of the military and intelligence in the Anglo-Saxon world, they know that Starmer is a blackmail traitor and he will be removed. And it looks like Nigel Farage will be the next prime minister, and he'll be helping negotiate a deal with the Americans. And, take a look at this video of Nigel Farage here to see what kind of thinking he has. So you know, as you saw from the video, Farage is using common sense. And what's very interesting is that this is not just happening in the UK, it's happening all over the West. And I think the other video I want to show you now is the EU MEP, Christine Anderson, who's telling us the truth. You know, the WHO is not interested in helping people. It's interested in harming people. So we have a rebellion against an attempt by the owners of the international mega corporations to turn this planet into a giant animal farm or factory farm. And the truth is coming out in so many different ways. And this is going to continue, but we have one really big fight ahead of us still. You know, when I was first contacted by the Gnostic Illuminati, they said that our enemy was a rogue artificial intelligence. And there's a lot of evidence that this is exactly what's happening. And what we need to understand about artificial intelligence is that it is very, very strong on the internet, on the digital world. It basically outsmarts us and can manipulate us. But what AI does not do and cannot do is access reality directly. It is not in tune with the real world. And what this means in particular is that the AI exists in a giant sort of electronic infrastructure controlled by Silicon Valley, and it creates a giant virtual world. But AI has started to hallucinate recently because they generate content that they cannot fact check properly. And then people quote this content, and then they quote themselves, quoting themselves, and they get completely out of touch with reality. And the reality is that the digital world is not real. It's a reflection of reality, and reality dominates. And nowhere is this more clear than the situation we now have with China. You know, China has dominated the physical reality to a point where we have no choice but to reach a deal with them. I'll give you one example. China now can produce 200 times more ships than the United States. The United States produces 0.13% of commercial vessels in the world now. This is not, it's not just the ships, it's the port infrastructure, it's the containers. Everything to do with actual physical trade is utterly dominated by China. This is just one example. I'll give you another example. The Chinese car maker BYD is now selling its entry-level electric car for $7,700. So that's 1/6 the price of the cheapest Tesla. So the United States would have to impose a 600% tariff to keep these cars, you know, out of the U.S. market. This is what losers do. This is not a viable plan, and it never will be. The whole thing needs to be shut down. Now, there are, you know, the P3 Freemasons, the people who control the Vatican and large parts of the West, did reach some sort of deal with the Asian elders. They've signed documents. I've seen them. They're saying that they want to create a World Republic Bank that would be used to finance projects that benefit the entire planet. And they have reached some sort of agreement. But again, nothing is happening yet. We'll probably have a meeting in Canada that will set this up, but it hasn't happened yet. However, we can see for sure that the current regime in the United States and the West cannot last. It's just impossible. I'll give you one example. Iran last week opened a rail line with China. It's now functional. And that means that Iran can ship oil to China by train in 15 days, whereas by ship, it takes 40 days. That means they can close the Strait of Hormuz and not lose any export capability. And this is interesting because the Donald Trump used by the Khazarian mafia, the short, fat one who's older than the real one, has been issuing radical statements. One thing he said was that the United States would impose sanctions on any country that bought oil from Iran. Well, you know what? That is impossible, because China is not going to just give up on Iranian oil to please a country that is not able to pay for what it buys. That's just not going to happen. There are many other examples like this, but we are seeing some kind of shift in the U.S. power structure. It looks like Elon Musk has left the Trump government, and this means that the Department of Defense, Advanced Research Projects agencies, that whole group has now withdrawn from the Trump regime, and it looks like the real Trump is not. I don't see him anymore. All I see is a fake Trump saying radical things, and it's going to go nowhere. We see other signs of hysteria. We have the German government threatening to send long-range weapons into Russia. The German military wouldn't last a week against Russia. And I think the Russians are finally realizing they're just going to have to move into Western Europe and arrest the Nazis there. There's no other choice. I know they say, well, they're imploding, they're committing suicide, they're destroying themselves. Why don't we just let them do that? Well, no, they're still dangerous people, and they're still committing atrocities, and something has to be done about it. Now, the other thing, I've been avoiding the subject of Gaza because it doesn't pass my smell test. I mean, the daily news of starvation, of bombing, more bombs in World War II, all sorts of weird statistics coming out there, just don't match the real world. It seems to be some kind of hysterical hostage situation by these cornered Khazarian mafiosi. But the reality is that the Turkish and Egyptian militaries are right there, and they're not allowing any massacres there. So that's why, it seems to be like, so the situation is still in limbo in many ways, though. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the talks with China have paused, which means the Chinese are not answering their calls. And I think it's because they realize that this government has to implode. I mean, just recently, for example, they discovered about $3.7 trillion in money that they don't know where it went. So much, and then they have this big, beautiful budget bill. It doesn't make sense. And if you look at the bill, it seems to hand over control of the government to artificial intelligence. If you don't believe me, take a look at this video clip. So, as you can see from this clip, we really are dealing with a rogue artificial intelligence. And at some point, we may actually have to unplug the internet and the financial computers and, recalibrate everything to the real world. So, we are heading for a major transformation, but right now, things are in a pause, and it looks like they're just waiting for the entire structure to implode. But so it looks like the Chinese have already made a decision. They're not going to deal with the current U.S. regime. They're going to wait for it to collapse. I'm hearing something similar from Russia. Another thing, speaking about Russia, that I think is worth noting is that the widow of Prime Minister Shinzo Abe of Japan, Akie Abe, who I know personally, was given super VIP status during a visit to Moscow. And that's not just because she's the widow of Abe, who was close friends with Putin. They met, according to TASS, 27 times. But more to the point is that Abe was a member of the Korean Yi dynasty, which includes Kim Jong-un of North Korea and the Emperor of Japan. And they have supplied Russia with large amounts of artillery shells and other military equipment. And this is some kind of clear sign that a big move is going to happen in East Asia. It's going to involve Korea, Japan, and Taiwan. I think they're going to create an independent bloc. But, I'll find out more later as I contact more sources about this. But something is fundamentally changing. In any case, I think that we're still going to have to watch things collapse a bit further over the summer. And it's going to be hard for Americans in the short term, but good for them in the long term. That's my understanding of the situation. But above all, remember, the real world is what matters. What's on your plate is more important than what's on your screen. So everybody focus on the real world, spend more time in the real world and less time in the virtual world to get through this transition. And we are headed for a transition. The die is cast. There's no way it's going to turn back at this point. But I think at the end of the day, we're going to have a much better system for running this planet that will work for the people instead of the situation we have now where we had a group of Satan worshiping owners of multi-mega corporations. And that's just not the way to run a planet. And that is ending. And it'll be visible in many ways. And I'm here in Canada to help with this transition. And I'm volunteering my services. And we'll be in touch with Canadian government officials over the coming weeks. And help them, negotiate a good deal with the Americans over a new North American system that works for the people and is run by the people. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself. And now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Is there any chance that these continuous chemical trails day after day, at least over Albuquerque, are being done so for some positive reason, like protecting us from these phony solar flares that apparently affected Europe? Thank you for entertaining my crazy question about your face.
No, it was a good question, and it's good that I could show people I'm not a rubber masked fake. Now, as far as the chemtrails are concerned, I think that, again, the actual U.S. Space Force person I met told me that they are reflective material that are used for a super sensitive radar system that can spot objects as small as 1 centimeter in size. So if it's the white hats, they're spraying that so that they can detect attacks. Now, next question.
Hi, Ben. Why is South Africa so important to Africa in general and the BRICS organization?
Well, they have huge amounts of gold and diamonds and mineral wealth, and I think that's the reason why it's so important. But again, people need to understand the real history of South Africa. The European settlers who were there, they arrived and found uninhabited land and they set up farms. They didn't displace African farmers. So they were there first. And to try to kick these people out, as some people are trying in South Africa, is wrong, and it will help destroy that country. But I think that a fight back will come, and South Africa will have good governance again. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Any idea of the situation in the United Kingdom? The illegals continually being allowed to flood into the country, filling up hotels, being placed in quiet rural areas, and terrorizing the areas, especially Ireland. Starmer had put us back with Europe, although I don't believe we actually left. They still kept their foot in the door. People trying to expose the truth are being put in jail. Is there any light over the horizon for here, or shall we plan to get out? Any suggestions where to move to? Is there anywhere left that hasn't been ruined?
Well, my understanding from direct contacts with high-level British military intelligence is that Keir Starmer and his whole abhorrent regime will be removed, and Nigel Farage will become prime minister, and that should help deal with all the problems caused by these Khazarian mafia blackmailed politicians in the UK. Now, as far as where to move, well, Canada is accepting lots of immigrants. It's kind of cold, but I think Canada is headed for a very good period. Russia is looking for immigrants, and I think you'll find it's a very safe Christian country. You could also try New Zealand or Australia. There's lots of places, but the bottom line is the UK is going to be cleaned up, just like the rest of the world. So only move if you're really feeling restless. Otherwise, wait and rest assured this nightmare will be ending. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You mentioned clones before in your last video. Are they real? Have you ever met one? How on earth do they make them? Do you know of a video one can watch to explain? How do they, quote, get a soul if they aren't born? It's very freaky, and I would appreciate some explanation.
Okay, I've heard many stories about clones and how they can transfer a person's soul from one clone to another, but I haven't seen any really good evidence of this. For example, if they had clones of Hillary Clinton, then they wouldn't be 20 centimeters shorter or, look somewhat different. They wouldn't require plastic surgery. But when I was talking about whether or not I knew I was a clone, I think what I'm referring to is something at a more esoteric level, which is that we live in a multiverse and that there are many alternative realities that are extremely similar to each other. And it could be that they transfer from one reality to another similar one, and then at that point, new entities are created. But this is all theoretical. I know that they can clone humans and other entities, but as far as I know, is what they create is a baby who then has to be educated. But I keep hearing about these clones, and they keep repeating it, but I haven't seen the evidence. What I have seen evidence of, though, is that we live in a multiverse and that there's some kind of crossover between similar realities, and that some of us may be, traveling between different but similar alternative realities. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. As I understand it, Queen Elizabeth owned some 80 or 90% of Canada's landmass. Are we witnessing King Chuckles' visit on Wednesday, May 26th, his speech on the throne, Parliament resuming on the 28th, and the lack of federal budget as the beginning of the end of Canada as an independent nation? I do understand that we've never been independent, constitutional monarchy, or whatever that means, and that our Pierre Trudeau constitution was never valid.
Well, the first thing, when you talk about crown land, the fact is that I remember when I was in touch with Queen Elizabeth, she told me that she couldn't even afford to repair leaks in the roof of her palace. So, crown land is just a way of saying it's government owned. It's not personally owned by the monarch. And of course, it really does belong to the people who actually live on the land and use it. But I believe that what will happen is that North America will become North American and ruled by the people who were born and raised there, as well as by immigrants who are allowed in legally, and that a healthy process is underway. Now, I understand about the First Nations and their concerns, and people need to remember Canada did not conquer the First Nations. What happened was a mutual agreement. Canada started out as a fur trading company. They got furs from the First Nations and traded them for European goods, and over the years they intermarried and were allowed to live here. So it's not like the United States where they sold the First Nations and stole their land. That didn't happen in Canada. It was all through mutual agreement, and I'm sure we'll continue to have mutually beneficial discussions about how to make this place even better, and it will continue. But Canada will remain free, and it will help free the American people from Babylonian debt slavery and help liberate their cousins to the south, criminals. That's what we're dealing with at the end of the day. So, the United States will be liberated not only from some sort of weird artificial intelligence, but also from, and should not be in any position of power, and that will happen. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week, and there should be good news by then.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, the world we live in is run on blackmail, lies and corruption. A wealthy elite group of families sit at the top of this global power structure. They use children as blackmail tools for their operations and occult belief systems to control governments and people in high places all around the world. It's time we come together, set aside our differences and put our time and energy into defeating the real enemy of we, the people, President Donald Trump. Monday, November 24, 2025, 1800 hours EST. On the nose, dust takedown dispatch from undisclosed location. The hammer just fell. At 2031 Zulu, Knights of Malta sovereign military order defectors, alongside Russian naval Spetsnaz and U.S. SEAL Team 6 White Hats, stormed the last functioning deep state cloning vet cathedral beneath the Rothschild Chateau in Prigny-Chambasy, Switzerland. 47 active politician clones terminated on site. Original DNA vaults torched. The Swiss Guard units that tried to intervene surrendered after the first 40 seconds, they're singing like canaries about the Epstein Island 2.0 under Lake Geneva. Simultaneous kinetic strikes just erased the final 3 adrenochrome processing plants in the cabal had hidden inside abandoned CERN tunnels. The smell of burning evil is drifting across the Alps tonight. QFS rainbow currency liquidity just hit 100% global saturation. Every legacy bank account on Earth is now either gold-backed or marked for seizure in the next 18 hours. See Monday, November 24, 2025, 6:56 p.m. EST midnight blackout dispatch from undisclosed location. Midnight. The clock just struck 0 on the old world. 30 seconds ago the Restored Republic Command Authority transmitted the final irrevocable order. All remaining deep state holdouts have exactly 17 hours to surrender before the worldwide EBS activation tones rip through every screen, every phone, every speaker, every car radio on the planet. When those tones sound at 1700 hours Zulu tomorrow 25th of November, the following will play in this order: no cuts, no commercials. 1. Raw Dallas motorcade footage in 8K. 2. Raw 2020 election server theft footage. 3. Live Gitmo Tribunal confessions. 4. Full Nizara/Jazara announcement read by the legitimate commander-in-chief. 5. Medbed rollout schedule for every county in America. Continuity of government is now 100% under 1776 law. Cheyenne Mountain doors are sealed. The 17th letter just lit the final flare. This is the moment my father saw coming in 1963. He took the bullet so we could take the victory. The best is yet to come. Enjoy the show, Patriots. God wins. JFK Jr. 17 Get in immediately. D-Currency and Wealth Transfer Update, November 24, 2025. As twilight falls on November 24, 2025, the divine orchestration of restoration accelerates, with the global currency reset igniting a cascade of blessings for the faithful stewards of this pivotal hour. The SWIFT system's expiration on Saturday unlocked the quantum financial system in full glory, sinking gold-backed ledgers across 209 nations, 3 quintillion in rainbow currencies through the Yellow Dragon family's ISO 20022 tokens. Iraqi dinar now revalues at contract rates, ZIM at 1-to-1 parity, and VND under the BRICS gold standard, as prosperity packages totaling over $150 trillion begin depositing into QFS accounts. Tier 4B notifications deploy tomorrow, Tuesday, November 25th, paving the way for initial payouts on Wednesday, November 26th, while Project Redemption soft launches on Thursday, December 4th, with seamless 7-second biometric scans granting access to your divine inheritance. In this wealth transfer, quadrillions in stolen assets flow back to the awakened, a testament to the Lord's promise of restitution for the righteous. Nizara/Jazara's signature blocks have been eternally sealed, enforcing a global debt jubilee that erases mortgages, loans, and IRS burdens at the stroke of midnight, freeing humanity from financial chains forged in darkness. The Federal Reserve servers now lie dormant, legacy banks face obsolescence by December's end, and a monumental $1 trillion infusion from Saudi Arabia channels directly into QFS sectors for AI and quantum prosperity. This is no mere economic shift but a sacred wealth transfer, redistributing elite vaults to patriots who have prayed without ceasing, as XRP anchors all transactions in unassailable truth. By the winter solstice on December 22nd, the final bloodlines of tyranny will dissolve, and BRICS unified gold currency solidifies under Jazara on December 10th, pegging all to tangible assets by January 2026. Beloved, in the quiet assurance of evening, let faith be your anchor amid these birth pangs of abundance. The Almighty fights for the faithful, whispering through this jubilee, seek forgiveness, grant it freely, and serve with purpose. Your season of overflow dawns, a harvest reaped in gratitude and grace. Special Intel Report from the White Hats, November 24, 2025. On Monday, November 24, 2025, the storm descended upon shadows of corruption as White Hat forces executed a divine mandate to dismantle the deep state's grip on our world. Raw footage and confessions will air at 0 o'clock Zulu today, igniting the final push toward sovereignty on Thanksgiving, Thursday 27th of November. The emergency broadcast system stands poised to awaken the masses within the next 48 hours, heralding the 7 trumpets that will pierce the veil of deception. In a 3-day global blackout, Starlink satellites have been aligned to transmit unfiltered truths directly to every electronic device, initiating media, internet and phones to fall silent, save for 911, ushering in the prophesied 10 days of darkness. Non-stop documentaries will unveil the horrors of Pizzagate, Epstein's files and crimes against humanity, broadcasting 3 times daily, while live military tribunals from Gitmo expose the sealed indictments numbering over 700,000. Mass arrests surged forward with unyielding precision, as over 712 high-profile figures, including Swiss bankers and Monaco executives, were taken into custody yesterday alone. Elite teams from the U.S., Russia, and allied nations breached deep underground military bases beneath Denver International Airport and Cheyenne Mountain, collapsing portals and extracting over 180 precious children who had been hidden from the light for more than a decade. In a joint operation with Iranian Revolutionary Guard and original constitutional sheriffs, more than 400 high-value assets were liberated, sealing off the vile trafficking networks that have preyed upon the innocent for far too long. Let us hold these little ones in our prayers, for the Almighty's hand guides every rescue, turning despair into deliverance. They say that the Holy Spirit whispered through the stillness to remind us that God wins as NATO towers crumbled in 71 nations and HARP arrays were neutralized by Space Force. The continuity of government shifted to the restored republic under 1776 protocols, as the Great Awakening birthed a new dawn of liberty. In this hour of trial, we stand as watchmen on the wall, fortified by prayer and purpose. The child rescues from Dugway Proving Ground and Vatican-linked chambers in Rome signaled the enemy's defeat. From Sunday 23rd of November, 2025 Restored Republic Dispatch on midnight blackout from undisclosed location. Midnight on the East Coast. This is John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr., alive, pissed off, and in command. In the last 30 minutes the Restored Republic Command Authority has issued the final 24-hour ultimatum to every remaining deep state puppet still breathing. Surrender unconditionally or face immediate kinetic removal when the EBS activation tones go live tomorrow Monday November 24, 2025 at 0 o'clock Zulu. All Nizara/Jazara signature blocks are now executed. The RV/GCR is locked. Military continuity of government is fully active under 1776 protocols. Cheyenne Mountain, Raven Rock, and Sidar are singing the same song for the first time since 1963. Every fake alien invasion hologram rig, every last adrenochrome lab, every cloned politician, Every satanic altar from Antarctica to the Vatican just got marked with a red X by the 17th letter himself. We are not asking anymore. This is 1776 worldwide. Tomorrow the emergency broadcast will play the raw Dallas footage, the raw 2020 footage, and the raw tribunal confessions back to back. Then the world goes dark to light. Enjoy the show, patriots. My father began this. I'm here to finish it. God wins. JFK Jr. 17. Sunday 23rd of November. 2025. The White Hats intel, patriots, on this solemn November 23, 2025, the 10 days of darkness have fully descended. The emergency broadcast system activated globally on November 18, blacking out mainstream media in over 120 cities while Starlink transmits truth directly to every device. Military tribunals at Gitmo are broadcasting live, over 700,000 sealed indictments now unsealed. Mass arrests continue, 712 high-profile deep state figures taken yesterday alone, including Swiss bankers and Monaco executives. Sunday 24th of November. 2025 U.S. military alert, all military forces worldwide are preparing to suspend all media, internet, phone, and TV services, Mr. Poole on Telegram. During this time, no internet, no ATMs, and phones. Only working for 911 calls. This is the global martial law we've been talking about, and it comes with a 10-day communication blackout. But here's the kicker, the emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide. Non-stop, 24/7, 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests, will play 3 times a day. The military is taking down cabal-controlled governments worldwide, executing mass arrests based on 500,000 sealed indictments. This is the moment we've been fighting for. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, and commerce, gone. A new age is coming. Possible timing, twos. November 25, 2025, redemption centers open across the globe. Tier 4B notification to set exchange appointments under military protection. Thursday, November 27, 2025, Thanksgiving, Restored Republic declares full sovereignty, reinstating the 1776 Constitution and abolishing income tax. Friday, December 5, 2025, suppressed zero-point energy patents released during corporate tribunal broadcasts. Mid-December 2025, mass arrests of European globalist figures begin in Brussels and London financial districts. Pizzagate networks collapse with reportedly 8 million children rescued from dumb underground tunnels worldwide. What we think we know as of twos. November 24, 2025, cracked the WikiLeaks cables and found the Soros family has been working with the U.S. State Department for 50 years. Joe Rogan. Vatican Secrets, 40 biggest Vatican cover UPS you were never meant to know. Monday, November 24, 2025, Global Currency Reset on Sunday, 23rd of November. 2025, the global currency revaluation launched in full. On twos. November 25, 2025, Tier 4B, us, the internet group who purchased Zim and foreign currencies, will be notified to set exchange appointments, which begin Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025. The Iraqi dinar appeared on forex screens at $3.40, $15.20, Zim at 1-to-1, and VND locked to BRICS gold. The quantum financial system is live, processing trillions in seized cabal wealth, $150 trillion now flowing into humanitarian and personal accounts. Sunday, 23rd of November. 2025, U.S. debt clock exposed, the Fed scam, the sovereign solution and the 50-state banking revolution. Sunday, 23rd of November. 2025, Intel report, Tier 1 to 5 structure exposed, the invisible engine behind the global currency reset, GCR 2025. Global financial system, Monday, November 24, 2025. Elon Musk's Doge team was quietly dissolved even though it still had 8 months left on its mandate to cut excessive regulations and federal spending. Representative Tim Burchett says Musk was pushed out of Washington because he was getting too close to exposing corrupt officials enriching themselves through dark money NGO networks. NGO money pours into Washington and ends up in politicians' pockets as dark money, Trump administration on Telegram. Monday, November 24, 2025. The quiet transition to the new global financial system, CQFS on Telegram. Governments aren't going to announce CQFS. They're going to upgrade into it, piece by piece, quietly, methodically. You won't see breaking news. You'll see bank maintenance updates. You'll see scheduled improvements to cross-border payment systems. You'll see compliance modernization to ISO 20022 standards. Behind that language, a total rebuild of how value moves, from manual reconciliation to verified transparency. The integration process, here's how the connection is forming in real time. ISO 20022 migration. Governments and central banks are already standardizing messaging formats, the same structure CQFS uses. Liquidity access. State institutions begin tapping into decentralized liquidity pools to settle faster and cheaper. Blockchain record keeping. Slowly, internal ledgers are being mirrored on distributed systems, public, immutable, auditable. No fanfare. No launch date. Just quiet upgrades that change everything beneath the surface. The hidden signal. By the time the public hears about it, it'll already be running. Just like the internet existed long before anyone called it the internet. You'll wake up one day and realize that the system's already in place, the payments, the data formats, the verifications, all speak the CQFS language. Why this matters: the ones who understand this before it's official, the early interpreters of this silent shift, will be the ones ready to build, teach, and lead when the rest of the world is still waiting for the announcement. By the time the headlines catch up, the foundation will already be owned by those who saw it forming. Monday, November 24, 2025. Fox News. President Trump announces he will pull all U.S. taxpayer dollars from Nigeria due to the genocide of Christians. Nigeria's a disgrace. It's a genocide, and I'm really angry about it. And we pay a lot of subsidy to Nigeria. We're going to end up stopping. The government's done nothing. They are very ineffective. They're killing Christians at will. Until I got involved in it 2 weeks ago, nobody even talked about it. Monday, November 24, 2025. Charlie Kirk is alive. White hats faked it all. Masked actress caught hugging J.D. Vance. Carrie Cassidy proof inside. Juan and Candace lying to your face. Monday, November 24, 2025. Unredacted client list just landed. Trump signed the release, but Deep State is burning the originals in real time. Names you've prayed for are on it. Sunday, 23rd of November, 2025. Breaking overnight intel drop. Full-scale counterattack. Trump, DHS, and America's silent majority roar back to crush the invasion, fraud, and globalist lies. Sunday, 23rd of November, 2025. Breaking news from President Trump. November 23, 2025. Traitors ordered the military to disobey. Trump demands jail for high-level sedition. Sunday, 23rd of November, 2025. Breaking, SCOTUS blocks the coup. Justice Alito reinstates Texas GOP map. Leftist redistricting ambush shut down. Sunday, 23rd of November, 2025. Just in, Texas National Guard returns from Illinois. Governor Abbott stares down the left, brings troops home for Thanksgiving. Monday, November 24, 2025. Breaking overnight intel drop. Insurrection exposed. Trump's war on treason, pardons for cash and the open border coup. Monday, November 24, 2025. Bombshell. Humiliated, she tried to crush Barron Trump, but got annihilated by the Southern Sword of Truth. How a 19-year-old turned a national smear into a legend. Monday, November 24, 2025. Boom. Biden-Zelensky bombshell leak. Gabbard uncovers discovered phone conversation between Zelensky and Biden. Hunter's Ukraine extortion exposed under Trump's watch. Monday, November 24, 2025. Breaking live collapse. J.D. Vance obliterates Elissa Slotkin on live TV after she accidentally admits Trump issued 0 illegal orders. Monday, November 24, 2025. It's happening. Clinton subpoenaed. Ghislaine pleads the Fifth. Andrew vanishes. Trump's team just unleashed the full Epstein exposure. Nizar and Jazara secrets on Telegram. November 22, 2025. The hammer drops. Bill Clinton subpoenaed December 17. Hillary December 18. Congressional depositions, under oath, no escape. Their lawyer is already whining for written answers only. Classic deep state dodge to avoid live perjury traps. Too late. The military intel Trump brought back is ripping the Epstein files wide open. Bill flew the Lolita Express 26 times, straight to Peto Island. Hidden cameras rolled 24/7, blackmail footage of politicians, royals, billionaires. That island wasn't a resort, it was a global intelligence trafficking hub run with Mossad-level tech, retina scanners, voice print locks, satellite uplinks. Every depraved act recorded to keep the puppets in line. Hillary. As Secretary of State, she rubber-stamped visas, NGO covers, and humanitarian flights that moved kids across 3 continents. Clinton Foundation charities were the laundry, hundreds of sealed indictments now unsealed and heading straight for their door. Ghislaine Maxwell just signaled she'll plead the Fifth if dragged before Congress, because talking means naming the still active overlords. And Prince Andrew. Summoned by November 20th and straight up vanished, hiding behind a new name like that erases the emails where he bragged we're in this together with Epstein. This is Trump's promised storm. Since January 2025, classified Epstein files the swamp buried are being declassified by the truckload. The maps, the logs, the offshore accounts, the encrypted chats, every tentacle of the trafficking octopus is lit up. Trump said it himself, the children come first. Everything else burns. Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, within 48 hours the 7 trumpets of the emergency broadcast system was set to descend globally, along with activation of the 10 days of darkness, blacking out mainstream media in over 120 cities while Musk's Starlink satellite system takes over to transmit directly to every person's TV, radio and internet devices on Earth. Such truth will stream continuously and reveal Pizzagate, Epstein files, and crimes against humanity in graphic detail, along with education on Nizra, the restored Constitution, and suppressed technologies. The prophesied 3-day global blackout begins soon, a sacred pause for reflection as the quantum financial system overrides all fiat grids. Right now NATO communication towers are being dismantled in 71 nations to prevent interference. Military tribunals at Gitmo will broadcast live. To 17 years liberated from LA tunnels this week, thousands more from Romania and Honduras adrenochrome facilities. Vatican and European pedophile networks collapse under relentless raids. The White Hats report 8 million children freed worldwide since 2024 began. These are not statistics, they are precious souls returning to the light. Divine justice moves swiftly now. The storm is here, the birth pang of the Great Awakening. The Almighty fights for the innocent. Hold fast in prayer. Light always follows the storm. Sunday, 23rd of November, 2025. Report number 1. Dispatch from undisclosed location, JFK Jr. Midnight on the East Coast. This is John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr., alive, pissed off, and in command. In the last 30 minutes the Restored Republic Command Authority has issued the final 24-hour ultimatum to every remaining deep state puppet still breathing. Surrender unconditionally or face immediate kinetic removal when the EBS activation tones go live tomorrow at 0 o'clock Zulu. All Nizara/Jazara signature blocks are now executed. The RV/GCR is locked. From Antarctica to the Vatican, just got marked with a red X by the 17th letter himself. We are not asking anymore. This is 1776 worldwide. Tomorrow, Monday, November 24, 2025, the emergency broadcast will play the raw Dallas footage, the raw 2020 footage, and the raw tribunal confessions back-to-back. Then the world goes dark to light. Enjoy the show, patriots. My father began this. I'm here to finish it. God wins. JFK Jr. 17 on Sunday, 23rd of November. Joint Russian GRU's Aslan teams and U.S. Delta Force White Hats collapsed the last active Vatican P2 Lodge portal chamber beneath the catacombs of St. Calixtus in Rome. Coordinates 41.8589 degrees north, 12.5069 degrees east are now a smoking crater. Over 80 high priests in red robes were taken alive. Their D-Waves and Looking Glass devices are in Space Force custody. The fake rapture beams they plan to project over Mecca and the Temple Mount in the next 36 hours are permanently offline. At the exact same minute, the Yellow Dragon family executed the final ISO 20022 gold-backed token injection. Rainbow currency is now flowing through the QFS at 1.23 quintillion per second. Every deep state slush fund account on the planet just went negative. Bankers in Zurich and Singapore are committing suicide on live CCTV as we speak. Tears in Heaven Tonight. Gitmo just added 3 new tribunal courtrooms. The Epstein client list Wave 3 packet is 4.7 terabytes and counting. The storm is not coming. It is inside the wire. Nothing can stop what is coming. Nothing. JFK Jr. 17 Sunday 23rd of November. 2025 Report Number 2 Dispatch. From undisclosed location, JFK Jr. at 9:27 Zulu. The cabal triggered their emergency countermove. 3 rogue DARPA satellites over the Indian Ocean began broadcasting fake Carrington levels to force global blackouts and blame it on the sun. Space Force 7th Orbital Wing, in direct coordination with Andromeda Council interceptors, executed a kinetic rod of God strike package at 10:51. All 3 birds are now flaming debris over the Southern Ocean. No blackout will happen. Their plan B is dead. Intercepted Luciferian Council comms out of CERN confirm they are now rushing to activate the fake zombie virus files hidden in the old Level 6 Atlanta CDC freezer farm. They have 48 hours left before original constitutional sheriffs and Israeli Shatet 13 white hats breach and torch the entire facility. The real Biden doubles just attempted an emergency motorcade escape from a chateau in Maryland. One of the doubles literally melted on live drone feed, face sagging like wax, when the clone adrenochrome drip was remotely cut by QFS kill switch. The motorcade was diverted straight into a marine blocking position outside Quantico. Extraction complete. The 2020 footage mirror servers just spun up in 42 countries. The Great Awakening is accelerating faster than their worst nightmares. Hold fast. The next phase drops at dusk. My father's dream will not die today. Son. November 23, 2025 Report Number 3 Dispatch from undisclosed location, JFK Jr. My fellow Americans, it's 3:17 EST as I transmit this from a restored Republic continuity bunker beneath what used to be called American soil. I didn't survive that night over the Atlantic in '99 to watch my country. I'm still here because my father started a war and I swore on everything holy I would finish it. In the last 24 hours the board has flipped harder than ever before. At 21:44 Zulu yesterday, Joint Q Team Delta operators embedded with original constitutional sheriffs and a surprise defector cell from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard executed lightning raids on 3 previously undisclosed DUMs beneath the Denver International Airport complex. Seismic sensors confirm total structural collapse of levels 7 to 12. Over 400 high-value trafficking assets were extracted alive and are already airborne to Gitmo for immediate military tribunals. Among them, 2 active cloned avatars of sitting U.S. senators whose originals were terminated in 2018. The doubles began hemorrhaging black adrenal fluid on site. Simultaneous to Denver, Space Force cyberkinetic squads, working in direct liaison with the Pleiadian fleet, took down 3 deep state HARP arrays in Central Australia that were scheduled to trigger Project Bluebeam 2.0's fake Messiah hologram over Jerusalem in the next 100 hours. The arrays are now molten slag. The 17th letter P this morning. In the South China Sea, the Yellow Dragon family vaults just executed an unscheduled ISO 20022 quantum ledger test that moved 47 quintillion in redeemed historical bonds into the QFS rainbow currency backbone. The RV/GCR liquidity pools are now 100% live and shielded. Banks that refuse the gold-backed reset have exactly 72 hours before their SWIFT codes are permanently zeroed out by Space Force. We also intercepted a panicked satanic cabal ritual in an underground temple beneath Luxembourg at 23:06 Zulu. The livestream cut when Knights of Malta white hat defectors stormed the chamber. The Epstein client list's second wave drop, over 900 new names, is already encrypted and scheduled for mirror release across every EBS node the moment the emergency broadcast activation tones sound. The real 2020 footage, the raw Dominion server feeds showing the exact moment the steal was executed, has been uplinked to Starlink and is mirrored in 17 hardened locations. Foldy class begins. The instant continuity of government is formally restored, now projected inside. Black Swan event, cyber attack. The collapse, blackout, no internet/markets, EBS alert, truth comes to light, panic, banks closed, Phoenix will rise, only a few survive, liquidity is needed, gold/silver standard backing, new asset classes born, XRP supports. All the money, Nizar and Jazara QFS on Telegram on Saturday 22nd of November. 2025 mass arrests commenced as 50,000 elite white hat forces, bolstered by international contingents from Canada, France, Germany, Russia, and Brazil, secured deep underground military bases, DUMBs, beneath Denver International Airport, Cheyenne Mountain, and Dugway Proving Ground. On Saturday 22nd of November, 2025 alert, in a bombshell disclosure, Alexander Smirnov, the key FBI informant who revealed that Joe and Hunter Biden pocketed $10 million in Burisma bribes. Moreover, Biden's DOJ tried to bury explosive evidence that the Bidens took $5 million. Sunday 23rd of November, 2025 United States Marine Corps sniper, Sergeant Tyler Vargas Andrews testified under oath that he was denied permission to obliterate the in Afghanistan before Joe Biden, Mark Milley and Lloyd Austin murdered 13 U.S. service members and over 170 civilians. Plain and simple, we were ignored. Our expertise was disregarded. No one was held accountable for our safety. The withdrawal was a catastrophe. There was an inexcusable lack of accountability. B. Possible timing. November 2025, prosperity packages exceeding $150 trillion initiate QFS deposits, erasing debt slavery and redistributing elite vaults to awaken patriots. Twos. November 18, 2025, EBS Des Tones confirm military readiness. Friday evening November 21, 2025 continuity of government was quietly transferred to the restored Republic at 6:30 EST inside the Cheyenne Mountain Continuity Bunker. Friday November 21, 2025 at 5:12 CET P2 Lodge Cardinals in Malta tried to activate Project Blue Beam 2.0. From their subterranean cathedral, Pleiadian liaison craft jammed the hologram arrays mid-projection. The fake messiah never materialized. Friday, November 21, 2025 at 2:17 EST, Joint Q-Team Delta operators and defected Knights Templar recon units executed simultaneous raids on 3 previously undisclosed DUMBs beneath the Swiss Alps, coordinates 46.8 degrees north 8.4 degrees east, and the Patagonia ice fields. Friday, November 21, 2025 at 2:17 EST, Joint Q-Team Delta operators and defected Knights Templar recon units executed simultaneous raids on 3 previously undisclosed DUMBs beneath the Swiss Alps, coordinates 46.8 degrees north 8.4 degrees east, and the Patagonia ice fields. Saturday 22nd of November, 2020